Going live. Going live. And we're live. Hello, folks. How are you out there? It's Doc Sloan. I'm just popping on a wee second or two as usual just to check that my audio and video is all working okay, which it seems to be. I'm going to have to move my camera a wee bit actually, so I'm not looking at it directly. There we go. That's better. Oh dear, I'm absolutely shattered. I've been working hard to get this episode ready for you, folks. It's taken 2 full days of scribbling. Got a really good chapter ahead of us. One of the lengthier ones in the book of Dune Messiah. So we'll just wait till 9 o'clock to say get ourselves going. And if anybody's out there in YouTube land in the meantime, say hello. It's always nice to hear from you. And I've just sat down here with a wee mug of coffee and making myself a rollie. But there we go, folks. There's 9 o'clock. So we'll say hello. Thanks very much for joining me. I'm Doc Sloan. Welcome to my science fiction station here at the Doghouse. And we're going to be continuing with our Dune Messiah book club tonight. And we're hitting chapter 19. As I said, we're heading into the end of the book, which should leave us 5 chapters and an epilogue to go, which will be quite short. So hopefully we'll be wrapping up in about 5 weeks with this. And I'll be taking a wee short break from the book club itself. I want to try and do a few other wee things before we hit Children of Dune, the 3rd volume of what we would call the original Dune trilogy by Frank Herbert. And I'll do a wee bit of housekeeping here just to start off with tonight, actually. There's one wee thing I wanted to do, actually. For interestingly, some science fiction writers have been getting in touch, I suppose. But just one thing before we get, a couple of things before we get started with the book club tonight, actually. First of all, was a number of people who've seen the wee video I did on Bloods a Rover by Harlan Ellison. Goodness, I was about to say, do I have a copy handy? I should have. There it is. Grab it. Thoroughly enjoyable book. This is the, what do we call it? Is it Abbey Edgware? I can't even read that with my glasses on. Edgware Abbey Archive, I think it is. Let me just check that. Publishing. Edgeworks Abbey Archive, edited by Jason Davis. And this is the kind of final version of the complete adventures of a boy and his dog, if you like, of Vic and Blood, who are, as I pointed out, science fiction icons. A number of people have been getting in touch asking me, how can we get a hold of this book? Apparently it turns out that you're going to find it quite difficult by the looks of it. I actually did a reach out to Jason Davis, and sent him a wee email, and I've just posted what he replied up on the community section of the station. So it's going to be, there's no plans to reissue this book at this current time, sadly. So if you've got a copy, be quite happy about it. There are copies of this going. I don't know how much I paid for it, but it was not a lot of money. It was definitely under 20 quid. But there are a lot of copies of this book seemingly going for well over £200 now. So it looks like it was a very limited run. And though there was another edition of this actually prior to this. So the main one, there's a few slight differences in it. But if you have the other one from, I think it's Abbey, then you do have the complete stories of Vic and Blood. But this one has a few nice little things in it, and some of the wit and wisdom of Blood in it, for example. And it has a timeline updated to include, I suppose, new presidents of America. That was a bit of a Northern Irish Freudian slip there, I suppose. Not that I believe in such things. So it was just to say, sadly, and I've posted this up there, but if you can get a second-hand copy at a normal price, personally, I would not pay over £200 for a book like that. I think that's some people just sort of taking advantage of the kind of rarity of it, you know. But that's, so there we go. The amounts, Mr. Davis did let me know that they're planning to reissue the various versions of some new editions of the Dangerous Visions collections by Harlan Ellison. So if there's any Harlan Ellison fans out there, that will be worth checking out. And I said I've posted the details there on the community page. Let's see what else. Oh yes, wee bit of just housekeeping. So also just I did this a couple of weeks back actually. I'm quite appalled at myself because this is me not catching up with my correspondence and getting sort of bogged under. But I'd gotten a wee email from Keishan Knight, again, kind of asking me to review a science fiction book. Again, I'm kind of being apologetic. I just don't have the time at the minute to do this kind of thing. But what I thought was, again, what I said I'd do is I certainly would give your book a plug on the science fiction station, because that's what we're all about. Pardon me. So I'll just read this to you very quickly, and then I'll put the little link into the chat section there. Let me just grab that. There we go. Paste that in there. There we go. So I'll just read you this for anybody who's interested in this kind of thing. Behave, Holly. Holly's starting on me already tonight. Sorry. So it says, "Hi, Doc Sloan Science Fiction Station. I'm Keishan Knight, a Boston-based author and active member of several esteemed science fiction and fantasy literary societies. I've penned a thrilling novel that explores memory, identity, and morality against the backdrop of wealth disparity and dystopian intrigue. I'm honoured to request that the book be reviewed on Doc Sloan's Science Fiction Station." I'm actually honoured that you've asked me. But as I said, unfortunately, we just don't have the time for this kind of thing. We're totally snowed under, and I'm the only person kind of here. So here we go. This is Memory Puzzles by Keishan Knight. Is a riveting blend of suspense, thriller, and science fiction that will keep you on the edge of your seat. The story unfolds as Roger Price, a young man who awakens in a hospital morgue with no memory of his past, embarks on a perilous journey to uncover his identity. His quest for truth plunges him into a world of danger where he is not only a man without a past, but also a wanted criminal. As he delves deeper into the mystery of his past, he stumbles upon a sinister conspiracy that threatens humanity itself. With time running out, can Roger solve his memory puzzle and thwart a catastrophic destiny? This gripping tale of identity, conspiracy, and the fight against a malevolent force will leave you questioning your own reality. So there we go. That's quite a groovy looking cover. Memory Puzzles, resurrected in the morgue as a wanted criminal. Are we all truly equal in the fate of death? By Keishan Knight. And Mr. Knight, sorry, I'm not even sure. Keishan Knight has said, "I appreciate your time taking a look at the book. I think it would be a good fit for your channel and your viewers. Please let me know." And he said he'd be happy to send me a free digital review copy, which is very nice. So many thanks, Keishan Knight. Thank you very much, Keishan. As I said, that's about the best we can do, I'm afraid. Just a wee bit of other things, I suppose, just before we get cracking. And I see some people have landed there. So I'll say hello and catch up with your comments in a wee second. I was able to have for sort of the first time I've done this, actually, I was able to have a chat with somebody, one of you guys from the station. So I was able to have a nice little chat with Sootpot via Zoom there recently. And it was a really, really enjoyable interaction. And just saying thank you very much for that, Sootpot. It was nice to sort of have a chat and actually put a face to somebody from the audience as such. And I think I might be happy to try and maybe arrange a few things like that. Let me see. And in relation to Sootpot had asked a question about Dune Messiah, which was basically to do with the trap that the Thylaxi are creating here for Paul and Alia. And basically in the sense is, what is the face dancers always like to leave a way out from their traps, if you like, for their victims. And what do we possibly see that could be? Excuse me. And I was actually thinking along the lines that perhaps that the way out of the trap was it's more to do with what would their strategy be, if that makes sense, if their plan here doesn't go well. And I think that I'd kind of suggested perhaps that the secondary plan, or maybe even more of a direct plan, would be Alia. And in terms of creating a line on the throne, etc., what are the Thylaxi up to? So the other thing to do with this was really just to suggest that the Thylaxi are fundamentally, I suppose, they're Sufi in their religious aspect and thinking, and that I didn't know enough about that. So just in relation to what Sootpot was asking, I'm on the case. I've got some stuff in here about This is Islam by Alfred Guilan, which is it's an old Pelican book actually, but I think it's quite a not a bad one at all, though it's a wee bit old. And I've actually, though I'm not too 100% sure of this, but hopefully I'll find out enough about Sufism. I've got this as well, which I've had for a long time and had to go dig it out in my garage. But there we go. So that's a wee bit of just housekeeping, folks, before we get on with this today. Very sorry we couldn't run to last night, as usual. It's simply put snowed under with work, and I've been working out this chapter solid for 2 days. Just to let you know, I finished my work on this at 8:30 tonight. That's about 40 minutes ago. So it was a real race against time. And as much as the spice must flow, my ink wasn't flowing very well. And I've got some new ink for my ink pen, and it's just so I actually had to switch to a biro. But there we go. So that's us kind of caught up with the housekeeping, folks. And as I said, apologies for not being able to run on the Thursday night. But if that if that happens, then we try to run on the Friday, So there's Don Ragnar. Hi, Don, saying, Doc, in Dune 2, Paul has a vision of Chani stabbing him. Given the way Dune 2 ended with Chani going rogue, I think they're setting up Chani as the hero of Dune Messiah, taking down Paul the Tyrant. This disturbs me. Woke Chani kills the evil white man, shaking my head. And there's Carlos Cresselia saying, hey, Doc, what's the crack? Excellent, Carlos. I'm not too bad, thank you very much. I'm a wee bit pooped, but I'm good. I've got some of the juice of Safu right here, some coffee. And I'm ready to get cracking, I suppose. But I did a bit of splashing some cold water in my face there, just to wake myself up. But I'm ready to go. In relation to what you're saying, Don, I don't know. We're going to see some of the aspects of how Chani looks at Paul in this chapter. And I can understand how it's possible that they could come up with that they could go down that road. As I said, Dune, Denis Villeneuve's Dune has kind of all the key most of the key plot marks flagged, but the characters bear, as we've said before, bear very little resemblance to the characters in the book. And I think that affects the story incredibly. I'm almost at the point where I wish they'd called it something else, rather than Dune. But it certainly has very little resemblance to Frank Herbert's Dune, I think, especially the characters. And it's one of those things that we've talked about. Some authors are really, really good at this. Oddly enough, talking about A Boy and His Dog there, the Harlan Ellison's characterization of Vic and Blood is absolutely tip-top. And I think Frank Herbert's characterization is superb. It's one of the things I'll praise him for highly all the time. There's some issues with his characters here and there, but on the whole, they're kind of true to themselves. And that's the interesting aspect, if you like, that the way they're constructed. And there's a pretense around some of the characters, for example, through the historical documents, if you like. Leto, Paul's father, is really not as presented in the historical epigraphs, if you like, within the book. And they're very much being told from a kind of future history, religious aspect. Whereas, in fact, he doesn't even line up with the character in the film at all. But he's a bit of a junkie. Well, I wouldn't say junkie, but he's a bit of a drug addict. He's badly flawed. He's an absentee father. He's too into his sense of vengeance, and he's too into his sense of power and ambition, if you like. And of course, he has these bravura. Joseph Smith, Dune fan, saying, leaving soon, but wanted to say hi. Hi, Joseph. Thanks very much for joining us. Sometimes I don't like doing these things on a Friday. It's one of the things actually I was chatting to Sootpot about, was that where my audience kind of lies, is kind of all over the world. And it's kind of, we're just talking about the different contributors to the channel. And I was saying that the saddest thing for me is that I can't have you all in the room, at the same time. Sometimes, it's pretty tricky. But that everybody's contributions are really, really good. And that I was actually just considering how this book club works, and in relation to something like a PhD, and ultimately the work that we do on it as a collective. I think ultimately takes something. It's not that it's a PhD, but it takes something like this to an entirely different level that I would say is superior. Um, it's not one person's voice or one person's idea of what Dune is. It's the contributions to this channel are often incredibly insightful and really intelligent. And I miss things. Some even doing this sometimes when you get tired, etc. I even accidentally miss my own little notes and stuff. But in relation to what you're saying, Don, I don't know that at the minute, as far as I'm concerned, whatever Dune Messiah is going to be, um, I don't think, no pun intended, that any of us could predict what that film's going to look like. I think it will have a lot of action, if you know what I mean, that's probably just hinted at in the books. The jihad, I think. That's what these filmmakers want to seem to do, is they want to show us a whole heap load of slaughter and cool science fiction weapons and stuff like this. I was even thinking about things like the use of lasers, etc. in in Dune, and the fact that we've taken down the shield of a harvester or something like that. And there's no real consideration that the people inside might be wearing shields. Which would be is really problematic, firing any of those weapons at all. And it's a big kind of part of the reason why people run around with knives and swords and things like that. But yeah, also I suppose the personal nature of the knife as a last kind of defense weapon, or a first kind of defense weapon, if you like. A lot of people have swords; they're very big knives, this kind of thing. But I don't know, Don. At this point, I wouldn't worry about it. What I would suggest is to check out. We posted a couple of links up there with the people who worked on it, sort of discussing why they were trying to, how they were trying to go about making the Children of Dune miniseries, and it's really good, I think. There's a couple of things that jar with kind of the swapping of actors and actresses, if you like, and some of the costumes and stuff. But on the whole, it's really, really faithful. And it's the same with Dune. Go back to David Lynch's one. Go check out the Spice Diver edit. Check out the two miniseries, Dune and Children of Dune, because they are excellent, and I think they're proof in the pudding that you can adapt these books well for the big screen or the small screen. There's no excuse. But yeah, I don't know, is it John Spate? Is it that wrote some of this stuff? I don't know. There's some things in it that are profoundly stupid. I mean, just, oh my god, this is so dumb. And I'm as I said, hopefully in a few weeks, it's about 5 weeks or so, my students will be, probably some of them will be wrapping up, etc. I'll be losing a couple. The one that's given me, I've got some quite hard stuff to do with some of my students at the minute, and that'll be finishing up in about a couple of weeks. But that's kind of what's killed my time recently, is just hitting exam time. I tend to pick up new students, this kind of thing. There's Brad Rose. Hi, Brad. How you doing? Good to see you. Hey, Doc. Says Brad, bit off the track, but a sci-fi tangent. I found out last night that the DeLorean from Back to the Future fame was built in Northern Ireland. Oh, okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. DeLorean is up there with the famous things built in Northern Ireland. The DeLorean is one. The Titanic is the other. For anybody who's not quite aware, in fact, the Titanic's maiden voyage is actually from Belfast to Southampton, isn't it? But we've got a lot of stuff about the Titanic here. But yeah, that's right. John DeLorean's. Yeah, it's a kind of groovy car, isn't it? But they were awful. There he is. Let's see very quickly. The DeLorean sometimes referred to, but yeah, John DeLorean, that's him. DeLorean Motor Company. Yes, indeed. Built in Northern Ireland. It's a lovely look. It's a weird looking car. We see them at the, I suppose, the Comic Con thing that we have here now. Though it's a bit of a Comic Con here is not particularly. It's not like the American ones, or I suppose elsewhere. You know, it's a bit of a naff affair in many ways. Though it's actually quite good for for I suppose the celebs coming over and trying to promote their stuff, etc. This kind of thing. But yes, indeed, DeLorean is pretty much so. Yeah, built in Northern Ireland, indeed. Yeah, yeah, probably better as a time machine than a car. But it's a car that's got a pretty bad rep actually. And I think that's all the better use for it. I think in something like Back to the Future. But Back to the Future is one of those things. It's very, very much, isn't it? I mean, it's very much its own thing. It's a very good science fiction kind of comedy, isn't it? But it's another one of those kind of by your bootstraps kind of things, isn't it? Closed time loops, cyclical time loops, this kind of thing. But yes, indeed. Well, there's a few interesting things about Northern Ireland, I have to say. But don't ask me to make a program about the place; it wouldn't be good. I'll tell you a few very interesting things about this place, but we'll keep it for another time, folks. But yeah, great to see you, Brad. I was actually just reading about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome a little bit today, because some of the stuff in this chapter actually kind of reminded me on that, actually, the stuff to do with the law. And I was checking out the Iron Bars played by just the musicians, and of course, obviously, there's Tina Turner, but Iron Bars played by Angry Anderson. And something about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with those two musicians? Their acting in that film is brilliant. They're both, Tina Turner and Angry Anderson are brilliant in that film. But there we go. But yes, indeed, and if anybody's got any wee questions or anything like that, let me know. Or gripes about Dune, or worries. But it's Dawn at this point. I don't think it's it's highly likely that could happen. Maybe she ends up blinding him herself. Who knows what they'll do with it? But I don't think it's going to bear much resemblance to. Certainly, the characters aren't going to bear much resemblance to themselves, I think. And Dune Messiah is a much more. It's a tight book. I think it's the shortest of the Dune novels. I'm just getting my paperweights here. Oh dear, because I'm going to bend this book down. But I don't think there's enough action to sort of satisfy the needs. And I think it's something that I think as the further down the Dune series they go, they'll kind of realize that the less and less this kind of stuff suits cinema, and its home should really be on television. I think I'd still love to see David Lynch do a TV. If somebody would do the TV series, I think David Lynch is the man to do it. And if I think he's got issues with how Dune turned out, and I think it would be a chance for him to do it properly. I would love to have seen his him handle all of this material. Angry was a champ. I laughed. So I think his character in Mad Max Beyond Thunder was hilarious. He's he's very badly put upon henchman, isn't he? But yeah, that's kind of why I was looking that up today. Actually, it was to do with the law. So here we go, folks. Let's get cracking. This is a big chapter, and I've been scribbling away. So I had to throw some cold water in my face there and grab a cup of coffee. So there's all sorts in this, but fundamentally, I suppose it's about the law, the paradox of, I suppose, religious government, and there's a few things in this I think that are very, very interesting, and there's some lovely little nuances in this chapter. One of the things that we're going to maybe pick up on that's maybe just sort of slightly not noticed is that the number of characters who shouldn't be afraid of Paul are becoming afraid of him. And whether this is to do with his new disability, his new it's not disability really at all, is it? As far as he's concerned, his new disfigurement. And we've got some interesting, just his relationship with Alia, his relationship with Chani, and his relationship with Stilgar in this. Fear is an element with all three of them, actually, you know. Carlos Crescelius saying, as things were left, I can't see Leto II being conceived at all. Maybe they'll go with what it's like in this chapter with Paul. Can only see one child, and they'll just throw Leto. Well, they've thrown Leto the second. Technically, he's Leto the third, isn't he, Carlos? Leto the second wasn't born at all, and wasn't killed in Dune, so we never saw him. And that would do a lot. That does a lot for a relationship, doesn't it? Having a child together. Paul and Chani's relationship would be very, very different. Yes, indeed. But yes, there is no God Emperor. It could be God Empress. You know, make Leto the second a chick. What is it South Park did? Make her a chick, make her gay, make her a worm. You know, maybe they'll just throw it out and have Ganima. Maybe they think, what's the point? You know, I honestly don't see Denis Villeneuve going ahead with Children of Dune at all, unless they decide to put Dune Messiah and Children of Dune together. But I think he's kind of, this is the bit I love, and I think his understanding of the story is really poor. Kind of reminds me of somebody I knew a long time ago. He was a bit of an idiot and ended up throwing himself off a quarry one day. But I chatted to him about some books. At some point, it was a science fiction fan. It was to do with the Night's Dawn trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton, which is it's got one of the worst Deus Ex Machinas of all time. I thought it was really well written up until the end. But the amount of book that you have to get through to get to this appalling ending, it was... you know, it would remind you of the ending to, Brian Herbert's conclusion to the Dune series, which is Holy Deus Ex Machinas, you know, and this kind of thing. But he wouldn't read dialogue in books. He'd read the story, he would ignore the dialogue, and it's, well, how the hell do you know what's going on? But I think Denis Villeneuve's grasp of things to do with drama. And oddly enough, that's a big topic with this chapter tonight, actually. I think he might have difficulty with this chapter. I think he does his understanding of dialogue and narration and the various aspects of voice within filmmaking or plays or books or whatever you want to call it, you know, whatever your medium is extremely poor. And there are aspects of the dialogue in the film that's just awful. Illogical, non sequiturs. I think, you know, in fact, the more and more I think about this, the more I have to start scribbling this stuff down because I keep coming up with new language for it. But yes, indeed, it's a good point. But drama, that's the other thing, I suppose. One of the wee things, by the way, I was just checking the video from last week, and there's some little glitches coming up with probably something affecting the transmission that kind of interrupted some of the quotations I was reading from Apollodorus and Robert Graves and Sophocles. But just to point out before we really get cracking, dramas and the relationship to drama, and I'll also go with drama and Greek tragedy. Is in this chapter, and there's subtle things, but I'm going to point them out to you. And we're going to have a continuation of this Oedipus thing here as well. I think this is a cracking chapter, absolutely brilliant. I've got one possible mistake in it. I have to ask you about your copies to see if we can figure out if it is a mistake or not. It is. Because it doesn't make any goddamn sense whatsoever. But we'll get to it when we get to it, and I'll point it out. So here we go, epigraph 19. And again, we get a sense of this, that as much as this is separation, if you like, from Alia. He has gone from Alia, the womb of heaven. Holy, holy, holy. Fire sand leagues confront our Lord. He can see without eyes. A demon upon him. Holy, holy, holy equation. He solved for... Sorry, I'll read that again. Holy, holy, holy equation. He solved for martyrdom. A kind of part of that almost reminds me on that really bad Batman joke, isn't it? Holy rusted metal, Batman. What? This rusted metal, it's full of holes. That one. God, that was awful. But yeah, holy, holy, holy equation. I think we talked about this before. I think that Frank Herbert's not too sure what an equation is. There's something in Dune where about an equation, and it wasn't one. But there we go. Let's have a wee look anyway. So this is a song, and it's called "The Moon Falls Down," Songs of Muad'Dib. And again, the moon can relate to quite a lot of different things within this story. It can relate to Paul, it can relate to Alia, it can relate to Chani, and it can relate to the entire Fremen people. And usually all of them, to be honest with you. So we've got a time as we begin this chapter as it's morning, and the location is the keep. So here we go, folks. Right. After 7 days of radiating, fevered activity, the keep took on an unnatural quiet. On this morning, there were people about, but they spoke in whispers, heads close together, and they walked softly. Some scurried with an odd, furtive gait. The sight of a guard detail coming in from the forecourt drew questioning looks and frowns at the noise which the newcomers brought with their tramping about and stacking of weapons. The newcomers caught the mood of the interior, though, and began moving in that furtive way. And so the first thing we're going to get here is a lot of the keep's gossip, which is probably a combination of lies, the truth, and speculation. So talk of the stone burner still floated around. He said the fire had blue-green in it and a smell out of hell. It's a half-truth. Elpa is a fool. He says he'll commit suicide rather than take Tleilaxu eyes. I don't like talk of eyes. Muad'Dib passed me and called me by name. How does he see without eyes? People are leaving, have you heard? There's great fear. The Naibs say they'll go to Sich Macab for a grand council. What have they done with the Panegyrist? I saw them take him into the chamber where the Naibs are meeting. Imagine Korba, a prisoner. So that's all of this gossip really gives us a little bit of insight into what's going on. Some of the stuff we kind of have already got the gist of, but it kind of sets up the scene. The little bits of gossip, the fire had been blue-green, that wasn't the case. For example, but it had a smell out of hell. That was that sulfur smell. Elpa is a fool. He says he'll commit suicide rather than take Tleilaxu eyes. Elpa's pretty close to Elpis, I thought. In terms of hope, possibly, both in Greek and Hebrew. Elpa is also the Latvian word for breath. And Elpa al, interestingly enough, is God is maker, is what it means. Is a Benjamite from 1 Chronicles 8, 11, and 12. So there we go. We've got a chunk of etymology in this chapter. Sometimes it means something, sometimes it doesn't. But Elpa, if the end version of it seems like he's lost hope and is going to commit suicide. And so the whole thing about Paul's eyes is here as well. And we have that the Naibs are possibly going to Sich Macab for a great council, and that the Panegyrist Korba has been arrested by the looks of it. So we go to we switch from the keep's gossip to Paul and Chani's bedchamber here. And this is, I suppose, you can break this chapter up into probably 3 sections, but we'll call this the first one. Chani had arisen early, awakened by a stillness in the keep. Awakening, she'd found Paul sitting up beside her, his eyeless sockets aimed at some formless place beyond the far wall of their bedchamber. What the stone burner had done with its peculiar affinity for eye tissue, all that ruined flesh, had been removed. Injections and unguents had saved the stronger flesh around the sockets, but she felt that the radiation had gone deeper. We're not quite sure what that means. Possibly has it affected his brain or something like that. And we're told that Chani, let's see, ravenous hunger seized her as she sat up, and she fed on the food kept by the bedside, spice bread, a heavy cheese. Paul gestured at the food. Beloved, there was no way to spare you this, believe me. And it's interesting that he gestures at the food. And initially, that's the poisoning. Her having to eat this Fremen diet is a result of her being poisoned by a contraceptive, if you like, by Irulan. And when I first read that, I actually thought he was talking about his eyes and the horror of it. There's no way to spare you this, believe me. But we're saying that there's no way to spare you, that this poisoning, this thing that's happened to you. And I've written just next to that, should she believe him? Is there absolutely no way? It's me says, hi, I'm watching, do not tape very much, but do you guys hear the nasty cracking noise every 4 to 5 seconds? It's Mimi type. I don't know. Is anybody? Am I coming through okay, folks? Can anybody let me know? Is there some sort of? It's maybe possibly me. Is it with the pages and stuff? I don't know. Could somebody else let us know how we're sounding? Is there some sort of cracking noise coming through? Every 4 to 5 seconds. I don't know. The only kind of noise that's coming along here with me, I've got a clock ticking. I'm not too sure. It's me. Last week, as I was reviewing the episode, I noticed that there were some problems kind of with the video, that little bits of me talking had broken up and stuff, But I hope not. The weather's been all over the place today. Actually, all good here, says Carlos. Yeah, I don't know. Possibly it's my new teeth. I don't know. Excuse me. It could be my chair. Possibly. It's me. It's like a popping noise. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 4 to 5 seconds of quiet here. It's me, and see if anything pops up. No, I don't know. Did you get anything there? It's me. If it's some static or something coming across over the. But I keep my setup identical. I don't really move anything from week to week. I've got the window open slightly. But when you do not speak, it's okay. It's possibly me moving in my chair, squeaking, and for goodness sake, it's a sensitive microphone. So possibly that could be it. When you start, it starts. Is it possibly my new teeth? It's me. I honestly don't know. There's no real changes within my sound setup. It's that I've kind of. You might notice I don't sit like many YouTubers do with a microphone in front of my face. That's because I know how to set up a microphone properly. So my microphone's just here to the right of me, and it's set for a cardioid setting, if you see what I mean. So it picks up and etc. But I honestly don't know. Sorry, I can't be of any more help. But it's interesting. I've actually, if you listen, I've listened to myself on kind of different speakers and stuff, and depending on, see after that, then on the recording, just check. I will have. I kind of do. I don't like to look at these too much. I feel like, but I tend to watch each episode that I do on here. I'll watch it once just to see. As I think I was saying to Super there, just to see I haven't made a complete twat out of myself. Basically, it could be possibly me moving things, just this chair and stuff. It's a sensitive microphone, Pardon me. But hopefully it's not coming through too badly. But yeah, I'm not too sure about that. It's me. Um, where were we? Yes, indeed, beloved, there was no way to spare you this, believe me. Um, there are always possibilities, aren't there? I think. So I've just written, should she? um, Chani stilled a fit of trembling when he aimed those empty sockets at her. She'd given up asking him to explain. He spoke so oddly. I was baptized in sand, and it cost me the knack of believing. Who trades in faiths anymore? Who'll buy? Who'll sell? And that bit there's me turning the page over. It's me. Possibly that might be something to do with it. That was something that I had kind of noticed on different set of speakers, is that the paper, when I'm moving the page, etc., could be heard a lot more easily. But I think it just depends on your sound. So Chani's thoughts here. What could he mean by such words? He refused even to consider Trial eyes, although he bought them with a lavish hand for the men who shared his affliction. And again, that's kind of a little bit paradoxical, almost even a little bit hypocritical, if you like, with Paul. That can these eyes? And we're going to be asked. He's going to discuss this later on. He's going to mention it. Who knows what kind of bondage comes with Trial eyes? But he's happy to sort of dish them out to his men. So we're told with Chani then that her hunger was satisfied. Chani slipped from the bed, glanced back at Paul, and noted his tiredness. Grim lines framed his mouth. The dark hair stood up, mussed from a sleep that hadn't healed. He appeared so saturnine and remote. The back and forth of waking and sleeping did nothing to change this. She forced herself to turn away and whispered, "My love, my love." Before we go any further, I suppose the word saturnine is a good one here. And generally within English, it would, I suppose, it would be suggestive of somebody with a very gloomy attitude, bad mood, dark moods, being serious, being unfriendly, that kind of thing. Comes from the word Saturninus, which is Latin, and it means pertaining to Saturn, who's a Roman god. Very much a Roman god as opposed to a Greek god, etc., where we get Saturday from, day of Saturn. And I suppose it's another slight association with a mythological character, if you like. It suits him quite well, actually. Let me just have a wee quick look here, just to give you a wee bit of Saturn. Saturn is not the same. He's often sort of, let's go to Wikipedia, he's often sort of considered to be the same as Kronos. And there's a fair difference between the two, actually. Saturn is a god, Kronos is a titan. Just to give you a wee bit of info on him here, he's a god in ancient Roman religion and character in Roman mythology. He's described as a god of time, generation, dissolution, abundance, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, and liberation. His mythological reign was depicted as a golden age of abundance and peace, and after the Roman conquest of Greece, he was conflicted with the Greek titan Cronus. Saturn's consort was his sister, Ops, with whom he fathered Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, Juno, Ceres, and Vesta. Saturn was especially celebrated during the festival of Saturnalia each December, perhaps the most famous of the Roman festivals, a time of feasting, role reversals, free speech, gift-giving, and revelry. The Temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum housed the state treasury and archives of the Roman Republic and the early Roman Empire. The planet Saturn and the day of the week, Saturday, are both named after and were associated with him. He's associated with Janus, by the way. And you'll see this within, if you read the Wikipedia stub here. I'll just give you the first wee bit. We'll not go into it too much. The Roman land preserved the remembrance of a very remote time during which Saturn and Janus reigned the city's foundation, capital. Yes. And it just goes on to say there's not quite a fair bit about him there. Saturn, festival of Saturnalia, of course, and he's another god who's associated with Christmas Day, basically, isn't he? Carlos Cosessa and Tylax's reputation tainted all who chose the eyes, plus the religious aspect of cheating God's will. Very good point, Carlos. Yes, indeed. I suppose it's interesting that we can have a contrast with Paul here in how he's being treated because of the loss of his eyes here. And of course, he isn't blind in that sense that he should be. But we can contrast that with the metal eyes of Duncan, Idaho. The one thing I kind of started thinking about all of this kind of thing was the nature of Tanaxu technology and attitude towards it's very similar towards, I would say, the attitude towards Chinese technology today, especially in America. I think that's kind of interesting. The other thing that kind of got me thinking about is that why don't people take this technology if they're think that there's something kind of subverted about it? Why don't they investigate it and reverse engineer it and make their own versions? If you see what I mean. And I think I know the answer to that. Is that I'm pretty sure about this that the Bene Chilax, as far as I know, were escaped. What we would call, I suppose, the worst sort of prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad. They managed to avoid it, So anyway, just in particular, it's a particular word, Saturnine. Sometimes I kind of wonder about whenever somebody's writing a story like this, would terms like this be in someone like Chani's vocabulary as a Fremen? If you see what I mean. And as much as how language travels down the years in the Dune universe, I don't know that there's terms and terminology that not necessarily everybody would know. So my love. He leaned over, pulled her back into the bed, and kissed her cheeks. Soon we'll go back to our desert, he whispered. Only a few things remain to be done here. She trembled at the finality of his voice. He tightened his arms around her and murmured, "Don't fear me, my Sahaya. Forget mystery and accept love. There's no mystery about love. It comes from life. Can't you feel that?" And Chani says, "Yes." She put a palm against his chest. Hands is, again, within this chapter, always important within these books. Counting his heartbeats. His love cried out to the Fremen spirit in her, torrential, outpouring, savage. A magnetic power enveloped her. "And I promise you a thing, beloved," he said. "A child of ours will rule such an empire that mine will fade in comparison. Such achievements of living and art and sublime." And she cuts him off here. "We're here now," she protested, fighting a dry sob. "And I feel we have so little time." And I think that's kind of interesting, that the dry sob. Chani's a Fremen, and she's not going to waste water. I think it's it's a nice little touch. But he's focused on the future. Here's what I've written. A child of ours will rule such a thing, blah, blah, blah. It's, what about now? This fixation on the future. We're here now, and it's a protest. And I feel we have so little time. In all honesty, she's got a lot less time than he does. But he calls it, he says, "We have eternity, beloved. You may have eternity. I have only now." And remember that this is an awareness that Chani has, that she has knowledge that she's dying. That the birth, the accelerated nature of her birth, etc., the whole thing with the poisoning, the melange, will claim her life. And Paul replies, "But this is eternity." And he stroked her forehead. And she pressed against him, lips on his neck. The pressure agitated the life in her womb, and she felt it stir. Paul felt it too. He put a hand on her abdomen again and said, Little ruler of the universe, wait your time. This moment is mine. And I've just written here, we've got a real problem here. If you excuse me 1 wee second, folks, I've had to neck a fair amount of fluids over the day and plenty of coffee, but I'm going to have to run to the loo very quickly. And this is a good wee place to stop, actually, because we're going to have a look at this. I'll be right back, a couple of seconds. There we go, OERC. Not sure what that means, Carlos, but sorry about that, folks. Goodness gracious, yes, indeed. Who's it? It's me. By the way, just to let you know, I'd had a bit of quite a lot of dental surgery recently, and I have new dentures, so for the first time in my life, and I was told this while they kind of get formed into my mouth, etc., that they're making me a bit sibilant and a bit. I suppose all the fricative sounds that I would normally make are maybe a wee bit exaggerated, and I occasionally whistle as well. Much to my chagrin, I suppose. But hopefully, I'm going to test them out on an audiobook quite soon. Or I might try and do quite a few audiobooks as well. And this noise is me making a cigarette, so this is background stuff. Carlos Crescent, our children are immortality, a concept at the heart of Herbert's genetic memory. Yes, indeed. I suppose it's and children being. I think somebody pointed out as well that within this universe, giving birth is particularly for the Bene Gesserit is a form of agency, isn't it? It's a form of power. Our children are immortality, a concept at the heart of Herbert's genetic memory. I think yes, indeed. It's an interesting thing that we often, the things that we want for our children, this kind of thing. And there's many a culture, I suppose, even things like religions, to force upon your child that which, I suppose, the same mistakes that were forced upon you, if you like. That's the way I would look at religion sometimes. And that, I suppose, some of us want our children to be like ourselves, don't that in that sense, as you say, it's our kind of immortality. Some of us want to see ourselves in our own children, if you like. And I think that's sometimes it's not something that we've done. It's very much from our point of view as parents. It's your child needs to be their own person, and it's probably better. That's certainly from my point of view. My son, hopefully, he's not going to be too much like me. And he's in fact, my son's a good kid, and he's a good young man now, actually. And as much as I think sometimes he thinks he would maybe want to be more like myself and my wife, he's absolutely bang on the way he is. If you see what I mean, it's his own person and his own personality, and that's the way it should be, I think. But yeah. But yes, indeed, but certainly within the concept of genetic memory, and it's a tricky thing, isn't it, in these books? But there we go. Let me just get a wee quick. That's a lighter. It's me. So I forget sometimes some of this stuff's on my desk here, and you can't really see kind of what I'm up to. But all of this stuff, in fact, office is a complete tip at the moment. And I'm drinking a cold coffee. Yuck. And to quote Richard Burton, not the other one, wasn't from Where Eagles Dare. They say the advantage in drinking cold coffee is that one can't taste the coffee. Right, here's a problem. Little ruler of the universe, wait your time. This could run with what Don was saying earlier. Don Ragnar was saying about what's going to happen in the new Dune Messiah film. Little ruler of the universe, wait your time. This moment is mine. And here we go. There is and this covers a number of things here. This is what Chani's thinking here. She wondered then why he always spoke of the life within her as singular. Hadn't the medics told him? We've talked about the medics before, haven't we? A few times. She searched back in her own memory, curious that the subject had never arisen between them. Never. And I've written next to this why. Was it because of prescience, etc.? I suppose never is a long time, isn't it? But here we go. I kind of wonder about this, actually. She hesitated on the point of raising this question. Again, I want to know why. It's kind of obvious that it seems that he does not know that there are twins. And I think when we get through the book, we'll realize that this is the case. And hadn't the medics told him? No, the medics never met with him. She came in and told him about the birth. He must know. Oh, sorry, she hesitated on the point of raising this question. But he must know. He knew everything. He knew all the things that were herself. His hands, his mouth, all of him knew her. So I've a couple of points here that I've made, is that he must know. No, I don't think he does. The attitude, from what we have in the words here, is that Chani considers Paul to be omniscient, which is not the same as prescient. Prescience is to have foreknowledge. Omniscience is to know everything, and is an attribute of God, of a divinity, if you like. Is an attribute of the Abrahamic God. And if anybody's read their Bible, they'll actually, if you pay careful attention, you'll find that the Abrahamic God is not omniscient either. Not far from it. So the question is, does he know of the twins? A, no, or B, yes, but is playing his role. And that's what I've written here. But I don't believe he is. Little ruler of the universe. And we wonder kind of about how far ahead Paul has seen here, you know. Oh, that's not okay. Hang on, I'm just going to back up a wee bit and catch up with your comments here. I'll address yours first. It's Mimi. It's not the microphone. The microphone has both what do you call it? A shield and a spit shield over it. So it's to limit kind of all the sort of and things like that. So I think possibly it might be at your end. I think nobody else seems to think that there's a bit of a bother here, you know. The only thing is I just kind of move about on my chair a wee bit and stuff. But I think just again, can everybody else sort of just sort of check, is there any kind of funny sounds coming through? But and I'm not really thinking it's here at this end, to be honest with you. It's me. Let's see, backing up a wee bit. Brad Rose was saying, that was something I found detracting in some of Ray Bradbury's work. Some of his short stories seem to be written to purely show off his vocabulary, or maybe it was just me. Yeah, it's an interesting thing sometimes when, you know, saturnine, you know, I'm sure what the word means. Anytime I hit a word in this that I think's a wee bit, I suppose I'm kind of used to teaching English to GCSE and A-level students and stuff, and these students will often not look up words that they don't know. So if it's anything that I feel is out of place, or particularly if Frank has a love for words, I think. At any time, it's a very particular word to use. She searched. Where was it? Yeah, he appeared saturnine, so saturnine and remote. There's so many synonyms that you could use: moody, gloomy, dark, mysterious, unfriendly, distant. This kind of thing. And just in relation, let me just see in relation to Saturn. Not the planet. Fun facts about Saturn. I'm on the planet again. Hang on, there we are. Let me just quickly check. I suppose it's nature. Saturn had two mistresses who represents different aspects of the god. Name of his wife, Ops, the Roman equivalent of the Greek Rhea, means wealth, abundance, resources. Wealth and that kind of thing is sometimes associated with the underworld as well. Earlier with Saturn's association with Lewis, destruction, dissolution, loosening. Let me see. Saturn's name is derived from satis, meaning sowing, even though etymologically is problematic from a viewpoint of modern linguistics. For while historically motivated vowel length alternations do occur in Latin roots, the long A in Saturnus in particular remains unexplained with this etymology, blah, blah, blah. Right, let's see, probably more etymological connects the name with the Etruscan god Satra, and places such as Satria, which is an ancient town of Latium, and Saturae Palace, a marsh also in Latium. Let's see, there's farming, etc. There's and also the anthropomorphic representation of time, etc. Let me see. But I think generally that the sense is he's considered a bit of a gloomy Gus, if you like. There's the Saturnalia, run from December 17 to the 23rd. Let me just see. I'll tell you what, there's far too much here really for me to kind of figure out. Let's just have a wee quick look at Cronus as Greek cognate now. Leader and youngest of the first generation of Titans, harp, scythe, sickle, etc. No, it's again just to do with sort of chthonic things and stuff like that of the Earth, and who's the other one? Is it Dis? Is it Dusky Dispater? I think it's another name for Pluto. But yeah, dark, brooding, moody, this kind of thing. It's an odd word to use, And as I said, it's we talk about the things like I don't know. Is it we kind of get the sense that things like aquatic terms aren't really in the Fremen's vocabulary too much, etc. And it's possible that this term is just one that's carried on down through the years, if you like, within the way language does move within the Dune universe. But I thought it's definitely, it's descriptive here, but it's an odd word to use, and it's kind of within her kind of observations and thoughts, if you like, I don't know, Brad. I was going to put up. I was going to actually put up a little bit of something I'd written for one of my students. Actually, I was actually curious to see what you guys would think of my writing. And would it be far too wordy? It was kind of, would I need to kind of tone it down a bit? I'm someone who would be, I suppose, as much if I'm trying to write prose, I would try to be poetic about it. I look at prose as being prosaic, if you see what I mean, boring. But it depends. I know exactly what you mean. The book that comes to mind, Brad, for me with that is Number of the Beast. And let me just see. It's one of those words. There we go. And I always have to just check the spelling of it. And I'll plop it into the chat comments here for you. There you go. If anybody's ever read Robert Heinlein's Number of the Beast, this word and its use within that story is quite annoying, and it suggests that if you know what this word is, that you are one. Basically, it's floxynoxynihilapilification. If you're a man, you would be a floxynoxynihilapilificator, and if you're a woman, you'd be a floxynoxynihilapilificatrix. There we go. But it means people who are in the habit of saying that things are worthless, if you like. That's its meaning. And the only sort of people that would use that word are people who are in the habit of saying that things are worthless, if you see what I mean. And I don't know if anybody's ever read Robert Heinlein's Number of the Beast. It's a fascinating book, and the major, I suppose, the major theme of it is, what would you call it? Pan-dimensional multi-person solipsism. We're getting into the the idea is that there's a bunch of PhD scientists who are all quite obnoxious. It's a weird book where your main characters are obnoxious, I think, and I think deliberately so. The idea is that they've invented a kind of time machine, kind of dimension jump ship. It's called the Gay Deceiver. And the idea is that if you've read a book, then that world exists and you can travel to it. And so they start traveling to all the famous science fiction and fantasy realms and planets and worlds that you would all probably know. So they go to Middle Earth, for example, because Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings. They go to Barsoom because, the Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter books, they do this. And the general gist of it is eventually that they figure out that they've read the Bible and that therefore the devil must exist, if you see what I mean. So there's some problems with it, and they decide to set a trap for the devil. Basically, that's the story, and that's the gist of it. If you like, it's quite a chunky book. I kind of hated it and enjoyed it at the same time, but I know exactly what you mean. But I also think sometimes, like Bradbury, sometimes authors will use a word and try and with the hope that maybe if you don't know what a word is, that you'll look it up. If you see what I mean. And sometimes it's just maybe to attempt to, they're authors being wordsmiths, maybe to try and, as you say, maybe impress you, but maybe also to help expand your vocabulary, It's me saying, everything in the room sounds good. You too. This popping sound is inside the mic. It's like someone is touching the mic and cracking noise appears like it's if someone's breathing. Yeah. The mic's, I think, pretty good. It's Mimi, I think, as I said, I think it's possibly on your end. I'm not too sure. Carlos Crusade is saying, on that theme, the Gola serial memory should be better than the Bene Gesserit genetic memory, which should logically only go up to the moment of conception. Yeah, sorry, conception. That's maybe now it's good. Because I use Valve Amplifier on English speakers, Kev, I hear very good everything, even the clock in your room. Yeah, that's no worries, me. No, do my best to make things sound okay. When I did my first videos, I have a hearing problem. It's me. And I'm used to working with musical equipment and stuff, but whenever I did my first set of PhD videos, I had real problems working with the sound. So I kind of try to. I've actually got my sound settings up here on the board and stuff, and I tend not to muck around with my microphone here at all. Though I've got quite a nice little sort of bronze kind of colored Yeti microphone. But yeah. But so I once I have things set up, as I said, when I pop online to check the sound and stuff, it's a visual thing. And for some reason, for a long time there, the little green lights on YouTube weren't working. So that's why I always used to ask, can everybody hear me okay? Because sometimes they just didn't give me any kind of indication, But my hearing is all over the place, if you like, Valve amp. I actually used to have. Well, I don't have them at the minute, but I've got a subwoofer here, and I would have it rigged into two Iowa stereo speakers that are older than I am. And I've got them upstairs, and I've got a different set of Sony speakers on here just because they're a lot smaller and take up less room. But there you go. There's the word floxinoxynihilapelification. Yes, indeed. And if you've read The Number of the Beast, and I'll be quite honest with you, that's where I learned that word. It was from that book, and I went, "What the hell is this? I got to go look this up." And then I spent some time trying to figure out how to pronounce it. It's the longest word that's it's the longest compound Latin word that's in the English dictionary, and it's an indicator, by the way. The word floxinoxynihilapelification is an indicator of how good a dictionary you have, and it is in the Oxford English Dictionary. So if you've got a dictionary, to look it up, and if it's not in your dictionary, I wouldn't say necessarily go get another one, but that was what I was led to believe, that if that's in your dictionary, you've got a good dictionary. But yeah, it's an interesting word. It reminds me of some of those lengthy, strung together German words, if you see what I mean. my favorite one of which is Uber von Gruppenführer. I'm not even. I think maybe that's possibly quite old German. I don't know. Maybe it's even appalling. Maybe it's really bad German. So Paul, I suppose, running on with this, Paul Chani thinks he's omniscient in a sense, I think, which he's not. He's prescient. And we've seen evidence, and the medics here, hadn't the medics told him? The medics never spoke to him. As we go back, I suppose we've got another one of these little words coming up here in a second. Who was it saying about Carlos and Brad? But presently, yeah. So this whole our love is eternity in a moment, this kind of thing, and he's kind of almost dodging the issue, I think. Presently, or is he just fulfilling his role? It says ads will run shortly for some viewers. Ooh, there we go. Watch out for that. Not quite sure how that works with me talking live here. Presently, she said, "Yes, love, this is forever. This is real." And she closed her eyes tightly, lest sight of his dark sockets stretched her soul from paradise to hell. That's a very interesting little statement there, isn't it? Here we go. No matter the Rihani magic in which he'd enciphered their lives, his flesh remained real, his caresses could not be denied. And when they arose to dress for the day, she said, "If the people only knew your love." I've written next to that, they do. There's billions of them dead. Now, Rihani is the second time that this word is mentioned in Dune Messiah. And I've written, get your notes out, volume 1, Dune Messiah, see chapter 6, note 7. So that's the whole point of having these notebooks. Let's have a wee quick look. Chapter 6, because it is an odd word. So it's like the Rihanna, or this kind of thing. Let's see. And we had a bit of etymological work on this, and some of it didn't come from me. I think it came from Chaya. So just to run over what this word is, it has a few different meanings. The last time we met it was Alia talking about captive memories absorbed in the womb during the moment of her mother's spice change. Identified this man for Alia by a Rihani decipherment, which cut through all camouflage. So this was to do with the Rihani decipherment. Just to run through what this word Rihani means again. Rihani is a Persian word in the name of a village in Iran, which this is from my notes, as of 2006 had a population of 36 people. I wonder if it'll be interesting to know if they knew that we were talking about them. Let's see. Rihani is also to do a couple of different meanings here. The leaves of basil. We also have Rihan in Arabic. I've got also a female descendant, something like that. Arabic Ri meaning center odor, and An is the suffix indicating a pattern. And then we also from Rehan, which is a noun, which is fragrant plant, aromatic, kingly plant, and also from Murtis communis, which is a plant sacred to Demeter and Aphrodite. We also got, and I think that this one was probably quite right. Now, this is the bit that I think we got from, if I might be mistaken, but I think it was from Chaya Rivka. Rehan is the maternal instinct, empathy, and to do with the womb. And I think that's definitely what we're talking of. All of those different meanings for that word, I think that was the one that was spot on. It's always good to have, people with different language skills in there. So there we go. That's from our first set of notes on that. So no matter the Rehani magic in which he'd enciphered their lives, his flesh remained real, his caresses could not be denied. And I think that's just to do with the nature of the again, pertaining to maternal instinct, the womb, etc., is to do with the children growing in her own womb at this point. And of course, as I said, if the people only knew your love, and my cheeky little remark here is that they do, and there are billions of people dead. But his mood had changed. He almost seems like he's ranting or giving a speech in some kind of way to her, some of this. You can't build politics on love. What was it he said? He said, oh, one other thing, by the way, just before we jump ahead. Prior to that, he said, don't fear me, my Sahaya. Forget mystery and accept love. There's no mystery about love. It comes from life. Can't you feel that? I think there's a lot of mystery about love. I genuinely do. I think it's a thing that a lot of people seek, and I think it's the thing that causes a lot of people consternation and all sorts of problems. And whenever you do get it, is it the real thing? Is it what we would call true love? This kind of thing, And I suppose in my relation, I'm considered the romantic one. But yeah, love's tricky. Love's all sorts of things, and it's a topic that has fascinated human beings, from the very beginnings of literature. And it's an abstract, isn't it? In many ways, it's not tangible, and it's kind of hard to define, and all of these kind of things. And her saying that, yes, love, this is forever, this is real. But here we go. He says, you can't build politics on love. I don't necessarily agree with this, by the way. He said, people aren't concerned with love. And again, I don't agree with that either. It's too disordered. They prefer despotism. Too much freedom breeds chaos. We can't have that, can we? And how do you make despotism lovable? So despotism, freedom breeding chaos. And again, we've talked about the order to chaos, chaos to order nature of these books, particularly the Dune series and Asimov's Foundation series. The word despot's a Greek word, by the way, from despotes, which is a master or absolute ruler, someone who has absolute power, somebody who's cruel. Is also the title of it was also a title used for a minor Christian ruler in the Turkish Empire. But my response to what he's just said is people are concerned with love. I am. I wrote a love poem for my wife. It's on this channel called Wendy. And it was kind of my attempt to fix something like Sonnet 18, which is Shakespeare's great love poem to himself, and that's why I gave the poem a title, but it doesn't actually have my wife's name in the title, but I put her name on it, and that's a love poem to my wife. And so I'm concerned with love, and love poetry and all of this kind of thing. I absolutely love it. I think it's great, but these statements aren't really true, I think. They prefer despotism to too much freedom. Oh, sorry, they prefer despotism. Too much freedom breeds chaos. I've just written people do not prefer despots. Not at all. And just the little third point here is chaos is what he doesn't want. I thought here. Too much freedom breeds chaos. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things that Michael Moorcock would kind of run with in his stories of the multiverse, etc. The balance of law or order and chaos, if you like, and that too much of one tends to create the exact opposite. If you see what I mean, and the whole point of his Eternal Champion stories, the multiverse stories, is about, I suppose, attempting to create a balance. It's not about good or evil; it's about law and chaos. And this chapter, fundamentally associated with law in particular. I've just written the big word on the next page here: law. Right. So as a Chani, you're not a despot, she protested, tying her scarf. Your laws are just. And I've just written, is she blinded by love? Kind of ironic, isn't it? Here we go. Is Paul on laws? Ah, laws, he said. He crossed to the window, pulled back the draperies as though he could look out. What's law? Control? Law filters chaos, and what drips through? Serenity? Law, our highest ideal and our basest nature. Don't look too closely at the law. Do, and you'll find the rationalized interpretations, the legal causality. Oh, causes. Sorry, hang on, that's my bad handwriting here. What have I written there? Casuistry. Casuistry. Oh, that's legal casuistry. Sorry, there we go. The precedence of convenience. You'll find the serenity, which is just another word for death. And this kind of follows on about, isn't the previous chapter about a couple of chapters back, I suppose, about law and hiding the violence that we wish to do each other. The laws are, I suppose, up to a certain point within the ancient world, how people get on is probably through forms of oral tradition and kind of unwritten laws. But then whenever you get the written word turning up, and it's kind of applies to actually religion and the law in the same way, that it does become a form of control. And I suppose laws are meant to take a bit the sting out of revenge and stuff like this. But it's a bit like, it's oddly enough, it's a bit like technology, etc. Something like what the Frank would say about the Butlerian Jihad is that people who have knowledge of it can use it to control other people. And as much as we all talk about the laws are not necessarily moral at all. In fact, almost a lot of the great evils of modern society, going back a couple of hundred years, laws are used to enslave people, to take people to their execution. And all the law is just some guy writing something down and saying, you all must do this. And Britain's legal system, for example, is saturated with so many laws that are actually hundreds of years old, that they stack up, they cause problems. And recently we actually managed to see a prime minister get ousted with the use of like some 400-year-old law, which has no relevance in today's society at all. And again, in this country, for example, the United Kingdom, I live in Northern Ireland, so there are actually still blasphemy laws in place here. In fact, I could quote you films, not that anybody would arrest me for it, but it's a law that's still in place here. And treason laws in the United Kingdom only apply to the king and the royal family, not which I think is why so many of our politicians are able to kind of sell their secrets and knowledge of how the state works, actually, to anyone who's buying. And it's kind of the career path of an ex-prime minister, if you like, is, well, there's a couple, but you can just do your book tour, etc. But it's off to inform all the different companies that want to know how best to get your country's money, and that's pretty much what they do. So the law isn't, to me, it's not the highest ideal that that Paul says here, but but he also compares it with our basest nature. But if you pay attention to it, yeah, and look at ancient laws, I suppose, are very insightful. Well, what have we got? Is it things like, hang on a second. Yeah, you've got things like the Code of Hammurabi. That's the one I was thinking on. That's 17. That's Babylonian legal text composed 1755 to 1750 BC. There's the if anybody wants to look into the history of kind of Athens, you see the development of the law there. For example, oh, something bad nearly happened there. Nearly lost you there, folks. There we go. Probably the one that you would all know, but you're maybe not sure why. Is what Dracon's homicide law? That's where we get the word draconian from. Um, Not really. It's not that bad, to be honest with you, considering the times. Um, but yeah, the development of Athens as a legal society is quite interesting. And I think we talked a wee bit about it, and in relation to the Atreides myth and how that ends. Right. Let's see. So yeah, you'll find the serenity, the peace, if you like, which is just another word for death. Chani's mouth drew into a tight line. She couldn't deny his wisdom and sagacity, but these moods frightened her. He turned upon himself and sensed internal wars. It was as though he took the Fremen maxim, never to forgive, never to forget, and whipped his own flesh with it. It's almost as if he's a flagellant. So she crossed to his side and stared past him at an angle. The growing heat of the day had begun pulling the north wind out of these protected latitudes. The wind painted a false sky full of ochre plumes and sheets of crystal, strange designs in rushing gold and red. High and cold, the wind broke against the shield wall with fountains of dust. And I just wrote next to that, she stared past him at an angle. And I've just written next to this, it's as if she can't look him in the eyes and cannot also, therefore, see his vision. And she's almost kind of denied his vision, whatever it is. In fact, she is denied it, isn't she? It's not the first time that we've been told this, but that she had. I think it's kind of almost the second time that we've been told this, actually, within the book, that she had given up. I've had enough. Can't be bothered trying to figure this out anymore. That she'd given up trying to figure out these things. Bear with me a wee second. Yeah, she'd given up asking him to explain. He spoke so oddly. So, interestingly enough, as much as Paul has no eyes but has vision, Chani is kind of in the dark and is blinded to Paul's vision by him. But she won't look him in the eye here, I think, in the sockets. And it's so that there's also fear with Chani, as I said, with Paul here. And the point where she's almost trembling and she's almost sobbing, which is pretty sad, I think. Interesting, just the dry sobs from a Fremen point of view. I'm going to set fire to myself if I keep reaching over that candle there. Excuse me. High and cold, the wind broke against the shield wall with fountains of dust. So Paul felt Chani's warmth beside him. Momentarily, hang on, is that my bad handwriting again? Oh, it is. Goodness, that's terrible. It's all this talk of love. That's a bit of a Donald Trump thing, isn't it? I put momentarily he loved a curtain of forgetfulness, but it's he lowered, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Let me just fix that. There we go. Curse the new ink of my pen. It's really, the ink is not flowing tonight. Or today. So, sorry, let me just read that again. Paul felt Chani's warmth beside him. Momentarily, he lowered a curtain of forgetfulness across his vision. He might just be standing here with eyes closed. Time refused to stand still for him, though. He inhaled darkness, starless, tearless. His affliction dissolved substance until all that remained punishment, sounds condensed his universe. And I thought that's kind of interesting based on the last chapter where we kind of went into to go with everybody's blindness. A lot of the language was to do with sounds, hearing things, etc. And it's his astonishment at the way sounds condensed his universe. Everything around him leaned on his lonely sense of hearing, falling back only when he touched objects. The drapery, Chani's hand. He caught himself listening for Chani's breaths. And we have Paul's thoughts here. Where was the insecurity of things that were only probable? He asked himself. And if you think about that in terms of the opposite of what he's talking about, what he has got, I suppose, is, well, this is what he doesn't have. Where's the insecurity of things that were only probable? That's what we all have, if you like. What he has is the security of things that are going to happen. Not probable, that are definite. This is, I suppose, to the nature of his free will there. That's one of my doggies barking there. They've had a good day today. They've been running like maniacs in the garden. His mind carried such a burden of mutilated memories. For every instant of reality there existed countless projections, things fated never to be. An invisible self within him remembered the false pasts, their burden threatening at times to overwhelm the present. Now that's again to do with, I think, if we think about the way Chani looks at Paul, that she sees him as being omniscient. I think, obviously, with the prescience he has, but we're well aware that it's not perfect in any shape or form, and that there's problems with it. And it always makes you think about, well, it always makes me think about the possible futures that don't happen, and I suppose that all these possible pasts that are now no longer possible. And an invisible self within him remembered the false pasts, their burden threatening at times to overwhelm the present. It kind of reminds me of some of the jokes I would make. Oddly enough, one of the things when I'm teaching younger kids about tenses, is yesterday, today, and tomorrow, for past, present, and future, this kind of thing. But it's kind of, as much as I'm trying to catch up with, I've got one final set of correspondence to catch up with from the channel, just in terms of comments. And they're comments that people have left over a year ago, and I kind of do the whole, I've gone forward in the future last Tuesday to tell myself off next week about not talking to these people about a year ago. And it's good fun. I actually quite like messing around with tenses and stuff like that, to create that sense of time travel. I've done a couple of things on this channel, actually, said a couple of things that a couple of them were accidental, actually. And if anybody had actually if anybody had paid attention to what I'd said, then I'm well over 100 years old. There's a few things, and it's just me accidentally mixing something up. I think it happens now and then when I'm doing this. I've got so much in my head. Occasionally mix stuff up. I think Babs popped in to say the other week hello, and I says, "Oh, there's Babs. Excellent. It's great to have you here, Cynthia." And just mixed up the two, if you see what I mean, accidentally. But yeah, you can have some fun. Not apologies to Babs, by the way, if she's out there or watching again, in the rerun, if you know what I mean. But little things like that, I quite enjoy playing with tenses. My dad has my father had was given a gift for his, let me see, his 70th birthday, I believe, and it was a pewter tankard with his birth date on it. And the person that gave him the gift got his date wrong. And according to my father's present, this little pewter tankard, and of course he passed away coming up to 2 years ago, but the tankard says that he was born in 1844, not 1944. So that's kind of interesting, one of those kind of things. But yes, indeed, he doesn't get things right. And where's the insecurity of things that were only probable? He asked himself. And it's kind of the opposite of what many of us might wish, if you like. Oh, I wish I knew what was this kind of thing, if I could predict my future, or all these kind of things. And they'd actually be completely devastating and destructive to you if you could do so. You'd probably lose your mind. And here we go. His mind, yes, yeah, read that wee bit. I'll just read it again. His mind carried such a burden of mutilating memories. For every instant of reality, there existed countless projections, things fated never to be. And it really does make us wonder about the golden path, doesn't it? Ultimately, when we get to it, how do we know that this is the one way to go? How does he know? An invisible self within him remembered the false pasts, their burden threatening at times to overwhelm the present. And he's often not really in the present too much. He is a bit more so here, I think, but he's using his prescient vision. It's almost like he would be consulting his memory to see what he's about to do right now, and like maybe with a millisecond delay or something. Chani leaned against his arm, and he felt his body through her touch. Pardon me. Dead flesh carried by time eddies. And whose flesh is dead there? Is it Paul's or is it Chani's? He reeked of memories that he had glimpsed. Eternity. Hang on a second. This is my bad handwriting again, isn't it? Let me just flip the page here. This is quite bad. I've been struggling with my pen today. What number is this? Let's see, 24. He reeked of memories that had glimpsed eternity. Reeked of memories that that was fine. I wrote it fine. I just didn't read it correctly. To see eternity was to be exposed to eternity's whims, oppressed by endless dimensions. The oracle's false immortality demanded retribution. Past and future became simultaneous. And I've written next that, not the present. And I think I don't know, hopefully it didn't break up too badly. I was saying there that I'd watched a wee bit of last week's episode. We're quoting from Apollodorus and Robert Graves and Oedipus Rex, Oedipus the King, Oedipus Tyrannus, I prefer. How do we put this? Yeah, the oracle's false immortality demanded retribution. Certainly within that text, the god associated with the oracle is, of course, Apollo. The oracle at Delphi is sacred to him. Let's see. It's where he defeated the monster Python, which is the reason why one of the priestess is sometimes referred to as the Pythoness. Quite interesting, actually. But yeah, past and future became simultaneous. But the interesting thing is not the present. It's interesting, I suppose. I wonder if any of you consider this. That does the past really exist? Does the present, or does the future really exist? Or is there only the now, if you see what I mean? And it's an interesting question to ask yourself, but interestingly enough, the past does exist, and you can see it whenever you look up at the stars. The vision arose from its black pit, locked onto him. It was his eyes. It moved his muscles. It guided him into the next moment, the next hour, the next day, until he felt himself to be always there. So that's how he's seeing. The vision has become his eyes. I suppose a little bit of the nature of immortality, and the idea that I think we talked about this, we quoted it recently, about Frank's definition of what the golden path was, is that any given period of time, when compared against infinity, eternity, must be so infinitesimally small. And we must the idea is consider that what Paul's vision can see versus eternity is a mere blip. And this would apply also to the God Emperor, I suppose. So here we go. As Chani speaking, it's time we were going, Chani said. The council. And Alia will be there to stand in my place, says Paul. Does she know what to do? She knows. And I've kind of written, does she? Maybe. So we get a profound shift in scene here. We're going to leave Paul and Chani. We get a shift in scene, a shift in location, a shift in character. And I've made a wee note here, but with no separation in the text but for a new paragraph. So, and we switch to Alia now. And again, how her day begins, I suppose. Alia's day began with a guard squadron swarming into the parade yard below her quarters. She stared down at a scene of frantic confusion, clamorous and intimidating babble. The scene became intelligible only when she recognized the prisoner they brought, Korba the Panegyrist. Ooh, right. So we're told that she made her morning toilet, moving occasionally to the window, keeping watch on the progress of impatience down there. Her gaze kept straying to Korba. She tried to remember him as the rough and bearded commander of the third wave in the Battle of Arrakeen. It was impossible. Korba had become an immaculate fop, dressed now in Parato silk robe of exquisite cut. It lay open to the waist, revealing a beautifully laundered ruff and embroidered undercoat set with green gems. This bit's important. A purple belt gathered the waist. The sleeves poking through the robe's armhole slits had been tailored into rivulet ridges of dark green and black velvet. No, some nice little bits of writing there from Frank. But let's just run through. I did not know the word parato, for example, so I had to look it up. That is a good example of what we were talking about earlier, Brad, for example. Parato is from the Latin paratus, meaning preparation or provision, but it is also a decorative drape or curtain, a fabric wall covering, and within Christianity, not so well-known term now, but it is a vestment. So there we go. That kind of makes sense there. Now, wise, just backing up a little bit. So this beautiful silk robe. Where would you find this? If you ever look at is it the Book of Exodus? Is it the tribe of Levi? Bear with me a wee second. Oh no, hang on. You type in Levi and you get jeans. Yes, the tribe of Levi served particular religious duties for the Israelites and had political, administering cities of refuge, and educational responsibilities as well. If you have a look at it in the Old Testament of the Hebrew Bible, and I think this is in Exodus, and it's kind of prior to, it's kind of like the setting up of the priesthood, if you like. And before anything can be done, these guys need to have their, before God can be worshipped properly, these guys need to have all the finest clothing made for them, etc., etc. And it kind of reminds me on that. And again, it's priests and things like this, how they dress is quite amusing to me, anyway. So we've got this silk robe that's kind of like a vestment of exquisite cut, open to the waist, revealing a beautifully laundered ruff. Now, a ruff, I'll give you the definition. If you've ever seen these pictures of Queen Elizabeth I or Henry VIII, etc., these kind of people, you'll see what ruffs are. Just to give you the Wikipedia ruff, there we go. There's a cracking one there. Ruff is an item of clothing worn in Western, Central, and Northern Europe and Spanish America from the mid-16th century to the mid-17th century. The round and flat variation is often called a millstone collar, after its resemblance to millstones for grinding grain. Ruff was worn by men, women, and children. Which was worn by men, women, and children, evolved from the small fabric ruffle at the neck of the shirt or chemise. Ruffs served as changeable pieces of cloth that could themselves be laundered separately while keeping the wearer's doublet gown from the neckline. The stiffness of the garment forced upright posture, and their impracticality led them to become a symbol of wealth and status. Ruffs were primarily made from linen and cambric, stiffened with starch imported from the Low Countries. Later ruffs were sometimes made entirely from lace, an expensive embellishment that developed in the early 16th century. Yeah, this is quite fun. The size of the ruff increased as the century went on. 10 yards is enough for the ruff of the neck and hand for a New Year's gift made by her ladies for Elizabeth I of England in 1565. The adoption of starch allowed ruffs to be made wider without losing their shape. You see some of that stuff in Blackadder as well, I think. Today, let's see, anybody still wearing them? Yes. Oh, there you go. Ruffs remain part of the formal attire of bishops and other clergy in the Church of Denmark and the Church of the Faroe Islands, and are generally worn for services. The Church of Norway removed the ruff from its clergy uniform in 1980, though some conservative priests, such as Bora Knudsen, continued to wear them. Ruffs are also worn by boy sopranos in some Anglican church choirs. So that's a ruff. I always thought they looked ridiculous. But yeah, I think there's some. I think you'll find some jokes about them, possibly, if I can remember correctly, a Blackadder episode. Excuse me. Now, this is going to be quite interesting in a little bit. We're going back into Greek mythology again, but the colors that Korba wears. We've got embroidered. His undercoat is set with green gems. It's the purple belt gathered at the waist, and after that, by the way, we have green and black, which are, I suppose, colors of Islam, associated with Islam, but it's the purple and the purple belt here. And again, just linking things up to two major Greek myths that we have within the Dune series. The one that most people call the House of Atreides, we call them the Pelopids. And how Agamemnon meets his, if you like, is it's all to do with walking on a purple carpet. And purple, now depending on how, I've read different interpretations of this, but the one that I know and I'm pretty certain about is that this is reserved only, Agamemnon's crime is to commit hubris here at this point. It's just before he's murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra, is that he walks barefoot on a purple carpet. And this is basically him saying, I'm just like Zeus, which is an act of hubris. Shakespeare would call that the fatal flaw, if you like, etc. But it means you're doomed as far as the gods are concerned if you do things like this. And this is going to line up with something else later on in the chapter. I'll point back to the purple belt, but the purple belt is almost as if he's associating himself with being the emperor, if that makes sense. And I've got something else to go with that when we get down the road here a wee bit. But yes, indeed, purple is a color associated with royalty and wealth. And basically, if you consider the rarity of certain dyes within the ancient world, for example, that's kind of no big problem in this day and age. I do a lot of marking with the key sort of character points and stuff like that in my book are marked with purple, if you see what I mean. So it's no difficulty getting this color these days. Now, so there we go. This is this is Korba getting arrested pretty much and brought in he's being held out here in the yard, isn't he? But this is a little description of what sort of man he's become, and that he's unrecognizable from this commander of the third wave of the Battle of Arrakeen. Very foppish. You could almost finish it off with one of those kind of silk hankies or something like that. And it'd be very much kind of almost something out of the noblesse out of the prior to the French Revolution, this kind of thing, Scarlet Pimpernel type stuff. A few Naibs had come out to observe the treatment accorded a fellow Fremen. They brought on the clamour, exciting Korba to protest his innocence. Alia moved her gaze across the Fremen faces, trying to recapture memories of the original men. The present blotted out the past. They'd all become hedonists, samplers of pleasures most men couldn't even imagine. The suggestion is that those would be probably quite dark pleasures there if we can't imagine them, I suppose. Hedonism comes from the Greek word hedone, which means pleasure, and is a kind of school of thought. And the word hedonismos would mean delight, if you like. And I've just written here, see the Charonaics and the Epicureans, which kind of evolved out of that. If anybody, I'll type this in for you, if anybody wants to check this out. I've kind of had a look at most of the Greek schools of thought over once upon a time, and considered myself a hedonist at one point, an Epicurean at one point, slightly Stoic at one point, and ultimately I'm a cynic. Let me just spell this word for you. There we go. That's that one. And all right, we'll put both of them in. There we are. There we go. The C would be pronounced like with a K. So they're Charonaics and Epicureans. But yes, hedonists, I'm sure we all know that one, but I do like going after the Greek stuff in this. So yeah, they're not. They're shadows of their former selves, if you like. They're no longer these tough desert guerrilla warriors and leaders. You know, they're samplers of pleasures that men couldn't even imagine. It's sort of almost a description of someone. You'd expect that kind of description of somebody like the Baron, wouldn't you? Their uneasy glances, she saw, strayed often to the doorway into the chamber where they would meet. They were thinking of Muad'Dib's blind sight, a new manifestation of mysterious powers. By their law, a blind man should be abandoned in the desert, his water given up to Shai Hulud. But eyeless Muad'Dib saw them. They disliked buildings too, and felt vulnerable in space above the ground. Give them a proper cave cut from rock, then they could relax. But not here, not with this new Muad'Dib waiting inside. Now, this bit's to do with the letter, I suppose. And so this is kind of where we've got sort of Alia looking down at this courtyard as we're getting ready for. I suppose I would almost have called this the trial of Korba, but I'm not sure if it is a trial. I would almost suggest it's more the judgment of Korba, if you like. Korba, sorry. But she's about to go. Alia's about to go on the move, if you like, in a wee minute or two. And so here we are. As she turned to go down to the meeting, she saw the letter where she'd left it on a table by the door. This is the latest message from their mother. Despite the special reverence held for Caladan on the place of Paul's birth, the Lady Jessica had emphasized her refusal to make her planet a stop on the Hajj. And so here we have Lady Jessica's words. No doubt my son is an epochal figure of history, she'd written, but I cannot see this as an excuse for submitting to a rabble invasion. I think that's hilarious. And you could argue, well, this is what's happened to Arrakis, hasn't it? The rabble have turned up, the tourists, the pilgrims, all of these people coming to this planet. And I always get the idea that Arrakis is quite a small world. Alia touched the letter and experienced an odd sensation of mutual contact. This paper had been in her mother's hands. Such an archaic device, the letter, but personal in a way no recording could achieve. Written in the Atreides battle tongue, it represented an almost invulnerable privacy of communication. Almost. Alia thinking, now this is where we have a lot of Oedipal stuff here. Once again. And let's just run through it quickly. Alia thinking of her mother. That's just my little direction there. So this is Alia. Thinking of her mother afflicted Alia with the usual inward burning. The spice change that had mixed the psyches of mother and daughter forced her at times to think of Paul as son to whom she had given birth. The capsule complex of oneness could present her own father as a lover. Ghost shadows cavorted in her mind, people of possibility. Um, and I'm going to jump back to this in a wee sec, but let's just have it. Alia is, in other words, we've kind of talked about this a little bit before. In terms of the Oedipus myth, if you like, we could say that Alia is Alia and Jessica are one and the same, almost, and we could relate that they are equivalent to Yocasta, sometimes spelled Jocasta, if you like, and Epicasta. She's also known. Now, this is kind of the Oedipal myth, if you like, and again, the suggestion that the Paul be bred. Sorry, my nose is very tickly. um, that I suppose whenever the idea of Paul breeding with his sister is in this book. But this is I just put a wee note here. This is the Oedipus myth again. And I've just made a wee note here that it is Alia who, now spoiler warning, if anybody doesn't want to know what Alia does in Children of Dune, what happens to her, then turn away now or mute me for a couple of seconds. Here we go. It is Alia who will commit suicide, not Jessica. Technically, and if we look at this little quote, then she has, in a sense, has the memory of, so she has slept with her father, and her brother is her son. And what we have is an inversion of the Oedipus myth there with her. We have Paul blind, and ultimately what happens to Yocasta is that Alia will go mad and kill herself, basically. And she is a very, to me, has always been a very tragic character. So there's an awful lot of that there. Again, consider that her father would be her lover, this kind of thing, and her brother would be her son. And she has the memories of this, and it's the way it's presented there. The capsule complex of oneness could present her own father as a lover. You could just shove out the word capsule and stick in Oedipus, if you like. As I believe, is it called the Electra complex? If it's the same thing in a girl. Let me just, there we go. Yes, it is. It's an old-fashioned term. Let's see. Electra complex occurs. It's proposed by Carl Jung. Oh dear. Oh, it's not. It's in Neo-Freudian. I thought this was Freud, actually. There you go. Electra complex is proposed by psychoanalyst Carl Jung in his theory of as a girl's psychosexual competition with her mother for possession of her father. In the course of her psychosexual development, the complex is the girl's phallic stage. A boy's analogous experience is the Oedipus complex. There we go. And as was it Graves put it the other week, the hippopotamus complex. Dear, oh dear. Psychoanalysts. Hey, what can you do about them? There's Cynthia saying, "Hi Doc, sorry to be late." No worries, Cynthia. Thank you very much for joining us as always. There's plenty to get on with yet. We're I don't know, we're not even maybe halfway through this. We haven't really got to the start of the trial. We're just kind of discussing this Alia's thoughts of her mother here, really, and sharing her memories that makes her basically I don't know, it kind of almost makes the mother and daughter the same. It kind of also makes them a bit of a Janus aspect, I think, as much as her and Paul are a Janus aspect as well. But it's just that little, at times, forced her at times to think of Paul as son, to whom she had given birth. And the capsule complex of ones could present her own father as a lover. Somebody kind of asked, you kind of wonder, why does Jessica stay away? And it's quite possible because of these kind of reasons. Ghost shadows cavorted in her mind, people of possibility. I've got a few questions about Alia in this chapter. There's something wrong with Alia in this chapter. We'll find later on that she's distracted, and it's possibly something to do with this letter. Ghost shadows cavorted in her mind, people of possibility. And I think, I can't remember who was asking about it recently, but is this the multitude? Down the ramp to the antechamber where her Her guard Amazons waited, so we're on the move now. And here we get Jessica's letter. And we'll get this repeated as the very kind of last line within this chapter. You produce a deadly paradox, Jessica had written. And here we go. Government, this is a big thing within the Dune series. Government cannot be religious and self-assertive at the same time. Religious experience needs a spontaneity which laws inevitably suppress. And you cannot govern without laws. Your laws eventually must replace morality, replace conscience, replace even the religion by which you think to govern. Sacred ritual must spring from praise and holy yearnings which hammer out a significant morality. Government, on the other hand, is a cultural organism particularly attractive to doubts, questions, and contentions. I see the day coming when ceremony must take the place of faith and symbolism. I'll read that again. I see the day coming when ceremony must take the place of faith and symbolism replaces morality. Now, there's things there I don't think I would necessarily agree with. Government cannot be religious and self-assertive at the same time. I think it can. Religious experience needs a spontaneity which laws inevitably suppress. No, I don't think so. And you cannot govern without laws. Fair enough. Your laws eventually must replace morality, replace conscience, replace even the religion by which you think to govern. Now, they can do that, but I wouldn't say that they must ultimately do that. Sacred ritual must, again, is the word here, spring from praise and holy yearnings, which hammer out a significant morality. Praise, perhaps, in one sense, I would actually go, looking at ancient rituals, more likely to do with appeasement and fear, to be honest with you. Holy yearnings, yes, indeed. Hammer out significant morality. What is it you need? Why do you want to speak? Do you want to talk to the gods about your problems? This kind of thing. And the fact that I suppose different gods would have different spheres of influence, and you're more likely to, if you're a farmer, you're more likely to pray to a god who's got something to do with farming, for example. I just think that's one of the aspects of Saturn, isn't it? I see the day coming when ceremony must take the place of faith and symbolism replaces morality. Yes, that's fine. That I can see that happens. I think, but I don't know if anybody's watched. It's not too often you get to see somebody crowned king, for example, in particularly this country, I suppose. Elizabeth II reigning for so long, but if you watch the coronation of Elizabeth II, that's going to be probably I don't know, would it be black and white TV? But the whole pomp and circumstance and ceremony and symbolism, etc., that goes with making a new king, and of course, the church is heavily involved in that. I thought it was kind of funny watching what they call King Charles III, I suppose now. Whenever he was, whenever his coronation was happening, we had saturation on television here by the BBC. That there's a bunch of BBC channels, and you can just turn over, and it's just the same thing, and rolling non-stop coverage, and incredibly sycophantic. And I think the main commentator on it is involved in heavily involved in a big sex scandal within the BBC again, and has just been let go the other day. But the amusing thing was, I suppose King Charles is very, very old, just it's the thing that really amused me is the way he had to sit there and stuff, but it was the weight of the crown on him, and it's an incredibly heavy thing, and you almost, it's for an old person to have to sit there and wear that thing. I wonder how much it weighs, but you could see he was having a serious hard time with it. But all of that kind of stuff, the mixture of faith, symbolism, ceremony, all of that stuff, And you've kind of had the son who will be king soon, if you like, William, uh, the current Prince of Wales now, I suppose, talking about, I'm going to get rid of poverty in the UK, this kind of thing. One way to get rid of poverty would be in the UK would be to stop having everybody pay for the royals, But there's a kind of delusion to the idea that they're God's representatives on earth. This kind of thing. It's an old lie, and it's the one lie that the family has to keep maintaining. If you see what I mean. But ceremony, and I think Frank Herbert makes a very, very good point, if you like, within the idea that the houses of the Landsraad are agnostic. The empire itself of the Dune universe was generally seen as being agnostic, and I think that's the way of most political leaders, and most I suppose you'd have to consider a king a type of religious leader, wouldn't you? There are all sorts of problems in the ancient world, and I suppose even things like the medieval world, where the relationship between royalty and the church is strained, if you like, and who has superiority. And I suppose in the United Kingdom, well, they had one king get his head cut off, but that they've kind of learned to balance the thing between them. And so it's the same with the Church of England, I suppose, and all that stuff. That they get paid for too, don't they? I think when I was on holiday recently, I met a chap. The last time we were in Amsterdam, I met a chap from Belgium, and he was telling us that everybody in the state there has to pay towards the Vatican, the Catholic Church in the Vatican, and that to not pay, it's like a tax. To not pay this, that you have to kind of go through this process of opting out of it. Which I thought was quite interesting, But I thought it was kind of weird, and then I thought, the royal family here is no different, I suppose, But there we go. It's an interesting little set of. This is Lady Jessica's letter about the deadly paradox of government and religion running, I suppose, religious being hand in hand. And I live in a country where, and Ireland in particular, has had government and religion go hand in hand for quite some time. And Northern Ireland is still the case, I suppose. I suppose the head of the DUP here has been arrested recently on charges of historical sex offences, including rape. And the first thing he did for these people are meant to be, the DUP, they're meant to be Protestant Christian, very supposedly moral, etc. And the first thing this chap did prior to the arrest is he went and did a powwow with all the church leaders, and will be wearing his fish and his Christian symbol of Christian faith, etc. And sometimes that kind of thing it's a bit of a get out of jail thing in this country, But religion and government go hand in hand in this country still. And I'd say that they actually do go hand in hand in many countries, to be honest with you, because government wants to appeal to those who believe, I suppose, to their faith. You get a lot of comments about particularly in England, about how the United Kingdom, because of the problems of migration and the protests and stuff that we're getting, you do get a kind of sort of attitude towards some aspects of religion and migration within the media here. And I heard somebody commenting the other day that, this country has always been Christian. No, it hasn't. And that's sort of Britain that they're referring to. And again, showing a great ignorance of Britain's history, particularly in Roman times and prior to that, that the idea that Ireland is a Christian country, again, it was pagan up until once upon a time. And it's sometimes it's the thing that I find quite sad, because that kind of history and culture is much more interesting, and probably has done less harm to human beings than actually the Catholic and Protestant faiths that came here afterwards. Right. Sorry about that. Anyway, that's it's a particularly important speech. This, but the deadly paradox that Jessica has written: government cannot be religious and self-assertive at the same time. I disagree. Religious experience needs a spontaneity. Religious experience depends on what you mean by it. Which laws inevitably suppress. I suppose religion likes to keep a control upon its religious events, if you like, to make sure they're not fake, this kind of thing. I think we talk about within my PhD videos that there's we talk about the Kwisatz Haderach, if you like that term, and if you had to translate it, as much as there's a number of translations, I suppose the word that would be cognate in English would be a shortcut, but we would use the term bilocation. I think it's stuff to do with certain Catholic, would they be saints now? St. Padre Pio, I think is one example of that. Regardless of how that person's viewed within Catholicism, I do not believe that man could be in two places at once. It's as simple as that. I don't think it ever happened. There we go. But he's an example that we put into the PhD of someone who's attributed with the ability of bilocation. Goodness gracious, that's all heavy stuff. Right, let's try and hang on a second. I've written at the top of this page it was coffee and Amazons, but there we go. But that little bit, by the way, before we go any further, the deadly paradox is important, and certainly important to Frank's work in the Dune series, and we're going to encounter that phrase at the end of this chapter. And that coffee is getting me thinking of one, actually, because I've been ridiculously tired today. Let's see. The smell of spiced coffee greeted Alia in the antechamber. 4 guard Amazons in green watch robes came to attention as she entered. They fell into step behind her, striding firmly in the bravado of their youth, eyes alert for trouble. They had zealot faces, untouched by awe. They radiated that special Fremen quality of violence. They could kill casually with no sense of guilt. I think these women are the antecedents, if you like, of the fish speakers later on. I think we're seeing the genesis of the God Emperor's fish speakers in Alia's guard Amazons, perhaps. And Alia's thoughts are here. In this, I am different. Alia thought, the Atreides name has enough dirt on it without that. And I think that's a euphemism. In this, I am different. Alia has been pretty much seems to be one of the people that's been directing the jihad. She's Alia of the knife. As a child, she goes out and slits the throats of the enemies as a kindness. I think the Atreides name has enough. Substitute, I've written here, euphemism, substitute the word dirt for blood. In this, I am different. Alia thought the Atreides name has enough blood on it without that. And I think this is possibly an act of self-delusion here. I don't think so. Maybe she's changed in that sense, but I think there's plenty of blood on her hands. And if we consider the Janus aspect of Paul and Alia, the divine children of Leto, if you like, Artemis and Apollo, there's plenty of blood on their hands. So it's possibly, and I think that we're seeing a change in Alia's mental state in this chapter. I think there's little things that have been starting, and I think they're starting to grow. And as I said, we're on the way to the end of this book. We're hitting the last part of it. 2021, 22, 23, 24. We've got 5 chapters to go, as far as I know, and a little epilogue. And then, of course, things will shift into Children of Dune, where her character is very, really sort of proceeds to the real tragedy of Alia. Now, why this okay. Oops, I was about to run to the loo, but I'll quickly check your comments, Cynthia. All this talk of spiced coffee has got me wanting a cup. Why this lecture on government from Jessica? Is she offering her daughter some Bene Gesserit nuance, or something about the heritage of the missionary protectorate on Arrakis that Um, it's a good point to back up a bit. Lady Jessica's words. We have the letter, but we have something. Let me just see the latest message from their mother. Despite the special reverence held for Caladan as the place of Paul's birth, the Lady Jessica had emphasized the refusal to make her planet a stop on the Hajj. I think that's got something to do with it. This bit that it says here, which doesn't come in the contents of the letter, if it follows. No doubt my son is an epochal figure of history, she'd written, but I cannot see this as an excuse for submitting to a rabble invasion. And I think it's a suggestion that they've inquired about allowing pilgrims, etc., to go to Caladan and this kind of thing. And I suppose that the religious aspect of Paul's government piling down onto Caladan as a rabble invasion, she's not having it. So that's possibly the thing that's provoked it, Cynthia, I think. But yes, the question, I suppose, is this... It's the kind of thing we need to ask about Jessica. Is this her own personal, she's back ruling on Caladan with Gurney Halleck, I think, at this point. Is it Jessica writing on her own? And you've got it pretty much there. Or is this Jessica writing as a Bene Gesserit? Some Bene Gesserit nuance, or something about the heritage of the missionary protector of Arrakeen that Alia needs to understand. It could be all of those, actually, to be honest with you. The other thing, I suppose it's about laws here, isn't it? And this chapter really is about the law, but your laws eventually must replace morality, etc. I suppose I'd expect. I see the way the letter goes with the two different parts to it, if you like. It's a little lecture on government and religion and law going hand in hand. And I see the day coming when ceremony must take the place of faith and symbolism replaces morality. As I said, there's contradictions. You can have laws that are completely immoral, and backed up by faith, this kind of thing. And actually laws that are completely immoral that have got nothing to do with faith, just the exercising of authority, of power. So we were having a wee natter probably just before you came in. Something I was saying that blasphemy laws exist in this country. I talk about Greek gods, Roman. I talk about all sorts of gods here. And so there's many a person could take it that I'm being blasphemous. Oh goodness, my son's old school, the RE teacher, told me that and I laughed at it. She said, I actually told my son not ever to listen to another word that woman said because she's a moron. And he was asked to write an essay on Bibles, something like that, and I went, which one? And her response to this, whatever Matthew had written, as he kind of did a bit of research on it, was that there is only one Bible, she said, and Northern Ireland is a Protestant state, and your son will be taught the state faith, which is Protestantism. And I just laughed at her in her face and called her a moron straight to her face. And as I said, I've got Bibles here. They're not Christian. My favorite Bible is Apollodorus's one. And it was just that's the sort of madness that you get here. And they're real loons, to be honest with you. They just have blinkers on in this country, I think, sometimes with it. But we do have a really extreme forms of Christianity here. And I suppose, interestingly enough, the Catholic Church has done the Roman interpretation in this country and assimilated. Particularly through you'll see it in our epics and myths, but has assimilated aspects of pagan Irish culture into Catholicism, and very much the same way the Romans did with what we call the Roman interpretation. The English also have their version of it through the New Testament, etc., is called the English interpretation. It all goes back. The original one is the Greek interpretation. I like. Um, but yeah, it's a good point. And think about the heritage of the missionary, a protective on Arrakis that Alia needs to understand. Again, I suppose it's the nature of the law going hand in hand with the religion, going hand in hand with power of the role of government. Ultimately, it is a good question, simply because ultimately what the Bene Gesserit are all about is politics. And as we've often talked about it, politics is the science of the happiness of man, or the science of the happiness of humanity, where the individual, that's the Greek definition, if you like, where the individual is subservient to the collective happiness, if you like. Individual happiness is subservient to the state's happiness. To me, that was interesting in terms of what Paul said earlier. Back when Chani's telling him he's not a despot, etc. But I kind of took umbrage earlier on, Cynthia, with what Paul said about love. And he said you can't build politics on love, and I think that's nonsense. You know, that if you consider the happiness of your fellow human beings, that there must be some love of your species there at the very least, if you like. The desire to give your society a better world, a better way to live. But the idea of politics is to bring us all up at the same level, really, ultimately. It's kind of a word that I think has lost its meaning in the modern times. You'll hear people berating each other for, oh, you're playing politics, this kind of thing, instead of, what does that mean exactly, it's the going about the business of government. But I've often said that government and politics are two different things, but they're pretty much linked, But there's so little difference, I think. I think also government and religion tend to go about their business the same way, and that's because, and it's the point of this is that both are generally concerned with law, and law is control. And I'm not a master criminal or anything like that, but I'm not a particularly lawful person. Doesn't mean I'm a bad person, if you get me. But if a law is unjust, I'd happily break it. And to me, laws should apply equally within your society, or else they're not laws at all. That's where it becomes a form of, how would we put it? Either a bias towards one particular group or a means of oppressing another group of people within your society. But if you have a law that says, for example, thou shalt not kill, something like that, then that means nobody should get to kill. And that includes, but you see, that's the problem then within government, etc., is that generally the stuff that you can't do, your government can. So within this country, it's okay for the government to kill, for the government to steal, all of these things. Free speech, for example, doesn't really exist within the United Kingdom, but it exists for MPs, etc., within Parliament, for example. It's called parliamentary privilege, this kind of thing. I think you've got, particularly in the US, I think in the United States of America, I think you have laws that protect your free speech and this kind of stuff, but the United Kingdom doesn't have them, I'm going to take a wee quick run to the loo, folks, and I'll be right back. Sorry about this, and I'll just give us a wee second. I think there's some ads coming anyway. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, I suppose that Cynthia's question there's a good one, but what it's kind of why this lecture on government and religion from Jessica? Why now? Um, and it's possible that they're I suppose that somebody's been scribbling. We want you to take pilgrims. You know, from your son's particular religion. Maybe here, big sis. Oh, I'm getting barked at. Hang on a wee second. You all right, big love? What's the matter with you? Hello. I got followed up by this. Hello, gorgeous. What are you up to? I got Holly Holiday here. You all right, pet? Oh, let me clean that for you. There you go. Do you need out? Huh? Hang on a wee second, folks. There we go. Sorry about that. Wife's just letting the girls out the back there. Oh, now she's out the back barking. Well, we are a doghouse here. But yeah, it's I suppose the timing of it. And it's interesting that this letter has landed, I suppose, on the day of Korba's trial, Right, where were we? Oh, I was going to try and grab a coffee there, but I didn't get the chance, so I'll have to suck on this lemonade instead. Not that that's lemonade, it's cola. Right, where are we? I'm going to be smoke one. So, yeah, we ended just there within this. I am different. Alia thought the Atreides name has enough dirt on it without that. Killing casually with no sense of guilt, I suppose, is what really we're talking about there. So we're moving into the lower hall of the keep here. And there's movement, as I said, through different parts of the keep within this chapter. Word preceded her. A waiting page darted off as she entered the lower hall, running to summon the full guard detail. Excuse me. The hall stretched out, windowless and gloomy, illuminated only by a few subdued glow globes. Abruptly, the doors to the parade yard opened wide at the far end to emit a glaring shaft of daylight. The guard with Korba in their midst wavered into view from the outside with the light behind them. And so Alia comes in. Where is Stilgar? Alia demanded, and one of her Amazons, already inside one of her Amazons said. And Alia led the way into the chamber. There we go. Now, it was one of the keep's more pretentious meeting places. A high balcony with rows of soft seats occupied one side. Across from the balcony, orange draperies had been pulled back from tall windows. Bright sunlight poured through from an open space with a garden and a fountain. At the rear end of the chamber on her right stood a dais with a single massive chair. Moving to the chair, Alia glanced back and up, saw the gallery filled with Naibs. Now, I have written here, and this is a lot in this chapter as well, much as about there's a lot, that we're about to watch Atreides theatre in action, if you like. This is what the Atreides do. I've used the words, and you'll find we'll get to this in this chapter actually, with drama. And again, certain things pertaining to some of the Greek myths here, I think. But this almost all of this is theatre that we're going to be seeing. Household guardsmen packed the open space beneath the gallery. Stilgar moving among them with a quiet word here, a command there. He gave no sign that he'd seen Alia enter. Korba was brought in, seated at a low table with cushions beside it on the chamber floor below his finery, the Pan muddled up in his robes as against cold. Two guardsmen took up positions behind him. Stilgar approached the dais as Alia seated herself. "Where is Muad'Dib?" he asked. This starts with a question from Stilgar. "My brother has delegated me to preside as Reverend Mother," Alia said. And hearing this, the Naibs in the gallery began raising their voices in protest. And I've actually written here why, especially when we're just about to find out, and it's possibly that they're expecting Paul. And this is all sort of, this is theatre, and we'll see what we mean in a wee bit. So even from the very get-go, Stilgar asking, where is Muad'Dib? Consider this scripted, if you like, and that he's playing a role. So my brother has delegated me to preside as Reverend Mother, Alia said. Hearing this, the Naibs in the gallery began raising their voice in protest. Rhubarb, rhubarb, rhubarb. Alia, silence, Alia commanded. In the abrupt quiet, she said, Is it not Fremen law that a Reverend Mother presides when life and death are at issue? And that's made me wonder, why are they protesting? Because here she is, and she's a revered figure in Fremen religion, and probably Fremen mythology at this point. And she is indeed a Reverend Mother, albeit quite a young one. But again, the knowledge of who Alia is, that she's even, this little girl from the previous book who's fully aware of, has all of these people's memories, as a full Reverend Mother at birth, pretty much, this kind of thing, even prior to birth. So just why is it? Why are they initially a bit raising their voices in protest? Now, just in terms of what we were talking about the other week, and we read a wee bit of Sophocles the King, and talked a bit about Greek drama, Greek tragedy and comedy. I want you to consider the Naibs in their gallery as a Greek chorus, because that's what I do. And there's a couple of things in this chapter I'm just remembering about Korba with his purple belt, if you like, taking on the airs and graces of God himself, if you like, and that in that case is Paul here. And there's another little piece of evidence that I'd like to show you, but we'll get to it when we get to it. It's towards the end here. So this is the Naibs. As the gravity of her statement penetrated, stillness came over the Naibs, but Alia marked angry stares across the rows of faces. She named them in her mind for discussion in council. So we've got Hobars, Rajafiri, Tasman, Sajid, Umbu, and Leg. The names carried pieces of Dune in them. Umbu Seach, Tasman's Sink, Hobar's Gap. Holy etymological work here, Batman. Let's see, let's go with these just very quickly. I created a little section here for them, and if anybody else has got any other ideas, I'd love to hear them. This took quite a bit of work, this chapter, and I had to sort of, as much as I've been working at it for the last 2 days, I felt I rushed it a little bit just because of its size. Let's see, Hobart probably comes from Hubert, Hobart or Huber, which is Old French from the Old German Herd, which is a farmer holding a fife. It's also where we get Hubert and Hired and Herbert. Hubert Hired meaning brave heart, Herbert meaning illustrious warrior. So I'm not sure I think that etymological work is okay there. Rajafiri, I think, comes from the word Rajajiri. So similar, identical, except swap out the F and replace it with a G. And this is a Malayalam term for hill of the king. And in that sense, where the word king equates to God. Tasman, I've got, is from the Arabic. It's a female name here. We've got another one of Frank's inversions of gender with names, meaning she who fulfills, but in English would mean twin. And again, I just thought possibly related to Jasmine or Yasmin, which I think means to get from God. We've got next is Said or Sajid, is Arabic for one who bows down to God. Umbu is another name for Kushu, who is the Hurrian moon god. And I've got a good one here, is that Umbu is also, could be, just in terms of Fremen names, is from, I also find this, I thought this was kind of interesting. I've written sea sponteous tuberosa, which is also known as umbu, and means, I think it's a South American plum tree or something like that, and means in that tree that gives drink. And then leg, oddly enough, from the Latin lex, legum, which means law, which is one of the major topics of this chapter. It can also, I think from Old Norse, also means the lower leg, and can mean to lay, but I would go with law here. So there we go. There's a quick bit of etymological work on Hobars, Rajafiri, Tasman, Said, Umbu, and Leg. 4, 5, 6 of them here. The names carried pieces of Dune in them. Umbu Seach, Tasman Sink, Hobar's Gap. So now back to Alia. She turned her attention to Korba. Observing her attention, Korba lifted his chin and said, "I protest my innocence." And Alia, "Stilgar, read the charges," Alia said. Stilgar produced a brown spice paper scroll, stepped forward. He began reading, a solemn flourish in his voice, as though to hidden rhythms. He gave the words an incisive quality, clear and full of probity. And here we have Stilgar talking. "That you did conspire with traitors to accomplish the destruction of our Lord and Emperor. That you did meet in vile secrecy with diverse enemies of the realm. That you..." And off it goes. And Korba kept shaking his head with a look of pained anger. Alia listened broodingly, chin planted on her left fist, head cocked to that side, the other arm extended along the chair arm. Bits of formal procedure began dropping out of her awareness, screened by her own feelings of disquiet. So there's something up with Alia here. And what we have, the next bit that we have, the Stilgar reading here, if you're Stilgar speaking in this chapter, I think is kind of is Frank emulating this effect for us, or kind of what, the little bits of this are missing. So we have lots of dots here between the words vulnerable, tradition, support of the legions and all Fremen everywhere, violence met with violence according to the law, majesty of the imperial person, forfeit all rights to. And so there's lots of little gaps, stuff missing there. And I said that this is kind of, I think what's happening to Alia, we're getting a little bit of sensation, giving us a sensation of what it's like for her to hear this kind of stuff, if you like. How is it it's put here again? Bits of formal procedure began dropping out of her awareness, screened by her own feelings of disquiet, as if she's zoning out, if you know what I mean. And her thoughts here, it was nonsense, she thought. Nonsense. All of it. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Oh dear. And I suppose this is kind of, well, the other thing, what Cynthia was saying, is she offering her daughter some Bene Gesserit nuance or something about the heritage of the missionary, particularly in Arrakeen. Alia needs to understand. It is about law, isn't it, and government. And I'm wondering, has what Jessica has said in her letter, it's had an impact on Alia, I think, and it's caused her, as I said, her own feelings of disquiet. I think there's something else going on here, and I think what else? The other thing that's going on here that's we're kind of being hinted at as we move through Dune Messiah, especially with Alia hitting a certain age, we call it the cusp of womanhood, is that it's possible that at this age, this is a time, something akin to puberty in relation to other memory, if you see what I mean. That I think that the personalities of the other memory, the multitude, the horde, if you like, are starting to come through. I think there's little clues to that. And again, I always do like to point out that parts of all three Dune books are written by Frank Herbert at a certain point. Not all of them, but the whole thing is conceived as a trilogy, and there are parts of Dune and Messiah and Children of Dune that are kind of written before Dune is done. Um, and if you're going to write a trilogy, that, by the way, that makes perfect sense because you need to know where you're going to go. You need to, almost a funny way, you need to have a bit of prescience, don't you, as an author? But this is her thoughts. It's all nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. The reiteration of that, we get it 5 times within pretty much one sentence. And still going to finish. Thus, the issue is brought to judgment. In the immediate silence, Korba rocked forward, hands gripping his knees, vein neck stretching as he were preparing to leap. His tongue flicked between his teeth as he spoke. Not by word or deed have I been a traitor to my Fremen vows. I demand to confront my accuser. Oh, and I forgot to give his words here a wee bit of colour. Just bear with me a wee second. I was colour code the different speakers within each chapter. And a simple enough protest, Alia thought. He wants to confront his accuser. And he's not by word or deed have I been traitor to my Fremen vows. Kind of wonder what those vows are. And I think Korba's a liar here, I think, to be honest with you. So a simple enough protest, and I thought, and here's the effect of Korba's protest. So this is from Alia's point of view, I suppose. And she saw that it had produced a considerable effect on the Naibs. They knew Korba. He was one of them. To become a Naib, he proved his Fremen courage and caution. Not brilliant, Korba, but reliable. Not one to lead a jihad, perhaps, but a good choice as a supply officer. So, in other words, he makes a good bureaucrat, if you like. And the other suggestion here is that Korba has not gone on the jihad. Not one to lead on, which seems quite likely if he's been creating his Quizarate and insinuating himself into, I suppose, the hierarchy of the Atreides government, But as I said, these are all Naibs in the gallery. And I suppose what we have is Korba, who was a Naib, being charged. But the other point to remember is that we also have Stilgar here, who was also a Naib, or possibly still is, of Siege Tabar. But it's a terrible way to describe somebody, isn't it? Not brilliant, but reliable. Quite funny. It's a put down, isn't it? But they're sorry, just to carry on with that, I had to cross the page there. So not one to lead a jihad, perhaps, but a good choice as a supply officer. Not a crusader, but one who cherished the old Fremen virtues. The tribe is paramount. Now, the interesting thing is that I suppose if we consider this something like a Greek play, then what's going on is the effect on the Naibs. The Naibs in the gallery, think of them as a chorus, if you like. But all the people here, the theatre of what's going on, including Korba, is for the benefit of the Naibs. Not that it's to entertain them, I suppose, but there's an importance to why this theatre is going on. But the tribe is paramount. All themes bitter words, as Paul had recited them, swept through Alia's mind. She scanned the gallery. Any of these men might see himself in Korba's place, some for good reason. But an innocent Naib was as dangerous as a guilty one here. And I think that's very important here. We'll see the reasons for it. But there are Naibs and Fremen involved in the conspiracy against the Atreides, and some of them are in this gallery. But at the same time, they're genuine Naibs here as well, and they've come to see how one of their own is being treated. In terms of the law within this chapter, there's that contradiction that we've had. I suppose another paradoxical thing within Dune Messiah is that the speech about Atreides law previously, that we rule by Atreides law, this kind of thing, in this chapter, we're switching to Fremen law. And the interesting thing is, I suppose, that Fremen law for Fremens, in a sense, and Atreides law for everybody else, possibly, or just is it Atreides law when it suits Paul and Fremen law when it suits Paul, if you see what I mean. It makes the application of law a little bit schizophrenic, doesn't it? That how can you have a society that has two different legal systems in place that treat people differently, and that depending on who's in front of your court, you'll treat them differently according to a certain type of law. But this is political as well. It's about keeping the Naibs who are innocent, if you like, of the conspiracy on board, and that they need to see that things are done in a Fremen way, if you like. The other interesting thing I thought is that, as much as that they could recognize, looking down at Korba, they could see themselves possibly sitting there, but they recognize a fellow Naib, but he's unrecognizable in a funny way to Alia, isn't he? And you kind of wonder about if some of these Naibs up in this gallery are your kind of hardened desert Fremen, what they think of the way this man is dressed and how he appears. Because he's dressed, as I said, in a foppish manner. He looks like a fop. It's a great word, fop, isn't it? Fops and dandies and rakes, all very old-fashioned kind of terms. Yeah, an innocent Naib was as dangerous as a guilty one here. We're being careful. Korba felt it too. He's going to play to the gallery as well. Who accuses me? He demanded. I have a Fremen right to confront my accuser. And this is the way we get the Atreides mystique working here. And the Atreides were told, remember, do propaganda better than anybody in this universe. And the theatre, I suppose, in this sense, can be a form of propaganda. Excuse me, I got such a tickly nose tonight. Perhaps you accuse yourself, Alia said. And before he could mask it, mystical terror lay briefly on Korba's face. It was there for anyone to read. With her powers, Alia had but to accuse him herself, saying she brought the evidence from the shadow region, the Alam al-Mithil. Excuse me a wee second, folks. I'm going to grab a tissue here and blow my nose. I'll just mute the microphone, as I've learned to do over the years. Ah, that's better. Excuse me. Oh dear, oh dear. Yes, but so perhaps you accuse yourself, Alia said, and before he could mask it, mystical terror lay briefly on Korba's face. It was there for anyone to read. With her powers, Alia had but to accuse him herself, saying she brought the evidence from the shadow region, the Alam al-Mithil. That's a term we've talked about before, way back in Dune. You'll find it in the terminology of the Imperium. I'll just grab this quickly. Let's see. So it's the mystical world of similitudes, where all physical limitations are removed. A mystical kind of magic realm, if you like, shadow realm. So it's quite good. Ali has kind of is spooking him here. Who accuses me? Perhaps it's yourself. And I think he'll certainly do the harm to himself within this chapter. This is Alia speaking. Our enemies have Fremen allies, Alia pressed. Water traps have been destroyed, qanats blasted, plantings poisoned, and storage basins plundered. And she's cut off. And this is very dramatic. And I've just written it's time to enter Muad'Dib and Chani. But it's really dramatic. So I'll just read this again, and then she's cut off by Paul, who turns up unexpectedly, if you like. Our enemies have Fremen allies, Alia pressed. Water traps have been destroyed, qanats blasted, plantings poisoned, and storage basins plundered. And now they've stolen a worm from the desert, taken it to another world. And this is the voice of the intrusion was known to all of them. Muad'Dib. I love that. It's a great entrance. Paul came through the doorway from the hall, pressed through the guard ranks, and crossed to Alia's side. Chani, accompanying him, remained on the sidelines. It's the timing of it here. Again, this is the theater, and with the Naibs in the gallery looking down. The implications of what he's just said will really, really be quite shocking, I think, as he walks in. And now, it's very, very dun 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 kind of thing. They've stolen a worm from the desert, taken it to another world. If we think about the Fremen and what a worm is to them, the implications of this kidnap, that someone has stolen Shai Hulud, someone has run off with their god, in a sense, and that's bound to cause a shock. And we think that and again, it seems to be, I suppose the implication is that the stone burner, the whole thing has been a distraction. I think like most things in Dune, if you look at what's going on up here, it's the thing down here that's whoops. That's what you should be paying attention to. And I think that possibly the stone burner itself then is an attempt to distract. Focus your enemy in one place while you run off with something else, if you like. It's a good idea. Misdirection, basically, isn't it? Don't know if anybody's ever seen Doberman, which is a rather good French film. It was one of the first. Doberman's one of the first films in the UK that it was, I think, initially denied what would you call it, a certificate, an age certificate on the film, and it's one of those films that caused the UK laws to change. And I think you'll find it's a certificate 18. It's a French film. It's very, very good, very stylish. Starring husband and wife Vincent Cassel and Monica Bellucci, or I suppose I think they used to be married. I don't think they're married anymore. It's a great film. I love it. Pitbull. The idea is it's a bank. They're bank robbers, I suppose, and they're going to rob a couple of banks, and I think it's Paris. But the way they go about it is they basically have bomb scares at every single bank in the city, all at once. And it basically sends the cops out all over the place. Every cop's out, and they rob one bank and then go rob the next bank, the bank right next door. And it's just about how to divide and conquer. Have all the police misdirected, all of them, dealing with one thing at a time. That kind of thing. Excuse me, jumping off topic a wee bit there. Sootpot, there's Sootpot. Hi, Sootpot. How's it going? I was just thinking that fop. Yes, indeed. I always think when I think of fops and stuff like that, fops, dandies, and rakes, etc. It's kind of the what do you call it? The Scarlet Pimpernel, that kind of thing. Pre-revolution France, and I suppose the British do it as well. I think. I think Blackadder, the Regency episodes of Blackadder are quite good for that, I think. Fops and dandies. But yeah, how do these hardened, violent, casual killers like these Naibs, the Fremen, the way they're described is, how do they, as much as they're here to see how a fellow Fremen is being treated, a fellow Naib, he certainly is, his appearance is going to be probably quite shocking to them. Again, we've been told that some of them have got involved in kind of different types of, hedonism is the word, I suppose, pleasures that are unimaginable to most men. So it's possible that they're not quite who they thought they were themselves. Pardon me. There we go. Yes, indeed. Let's see. So where did we get to? Yes, it's a great entrance by Paul here. Very dramatic. Powerful. and kind of it's designed. I think everything in this is deliberate. This chapter by the Atreides, pretty much. And he just piles through, and it's also a lot of this is going to be to demonstrate to the Naibs in particular who are in the gallery that he can look up and he can look around and he can do different things here, to demonstrate that he is clearly, he may not have eyes, but he is clearly not blind, And again, Stilgar's just, my lord, Stilgar said, refusing to look at Paul's face. And I've just written, just like Chani. But is that deliberate again? Is he just keeping his, again, I think as much as Paul, I think we can consider is always playing a role now. Everyone else here has pretty much joined him in this chapter. And Paul aimed his empty sockets at the gallery and then down to Korba. So he looks at them, and then, and that alone is indicative that he can see. But what, Korba? No words of praise? And muttering could be heard in the gallery. It grew louder, isolated words and phrases audible. Law for the blind, Fremen way, in the desert. Who breaks? And again, I've just written my little note before we flip over here, is Paul, Alia, Stilgar, and Korba are all playing to the gallery, who I consider as a bit of a Greek chorus of Naibs. If this was a play by Aristophanes, I'd call it the Naibs. His plays are often, the title is often what the chorus is, if you like, the wasps, the birds, this kind of thing. To Paul, who says I'm blind? Paul demanded. He faced the gallery. You, Rajafiri, I see you're wearing gold today, and that blue shirt beneath it, which still has dust on it from the streets. You always were untidy. And I thought, initially when I read this, I thought that this was quite light-hearted. But again, if Paul was trying to be light-hearted about it, if you see what I mean, I see you're a bit of a, you're dirty, aren't you? Right? You always were a bit untidy. Isn't particularly nasty, but maybe it is. But Rajafiri made a warning gesture, 3 fingers against evil. Point those fingers at yourself, Paul shouted. We know where the evil is. And he turned back to Korba. There's guilt on your face, Korba. Now, the 3 fingers, I don't know. You can take this a number of different ways. I would go with this one. Okay, the 3 fingers, although it's obviously 2 and a thumb. Okay, that's what we call the sign of the horns. If anybody's familiar with Sloan, the Irish kind of hero from 2000 AD, he would do that too, as a sign of the triple goddess. There's the old fig, which is hilarious. That's quite an old one, but probably the most famous story to do with the fig is to do with Barbarossa and how his wife was treated and what he did to the people who were not nice to his wife. It's to do with sucking a fig from the asshole of a donkey, basically. But the sign of the horns, this is another what we call apoptraic symbols, which I love. There we go. Apotropaic. Things to do that avert the avert evil, if you like, the evil eye. We probably talked a lot about this one over the years now, I suppose, of different symbols that ward off evil, etc. Gorgon ions, I think, are particularly interesting. We've had a wee chat about shielding the gigs and things like this. But the sign of the horns, let's see, there we go. Now, there's a, who was it invented? Some people go sign of the devil, dude. I think it was Gene Simmons, is it? The bass player from Kiss. And apparently that's the way he held his picks in his hand or something like that. But it's a very ancient symbol. It has see, I'll just read it to you here. There's some problems with this stub. Article relies. Let's see, what are the problems? These additional citations for verification. List of references, related reading, and external lists. But external links, but its sources remain unclear because it lacks inline citations. The article relies excessively on references to primary sources, so that's some problems with this, according to Wikipedia. So the sign of the horns is a hand gesture with a variety of meanings and uses in various cultures, formed by extending the index and little fingers by holding the middle and ring fingers down with the thumb, like so, I suppose. There you go. So just to give you a wee bit of stuff on it here, Hatha Yoga, a similar hand gesture with the tips of the middle and ring finger touching the thumb, is known as Apana Mudra, a gesture believed to rejuvenate the body. Let's see, in Indian classical dance form, it symbolizes the lion. In Buddhism, the Karana Mudra is seen as an apotropaic gesture to expel demons, remove negative energy, and ward off evil. It's commonly found on depictions of the Gautama Buddha. It is also found on the Song Dynasty statue of Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, on Mount Qinyang in China. Let's see, what else have we got? Is that the fica in Italian? And then la corna is what they would call that one. Let's see, what else? Apotropaic usage of the sign can be seen in Italy and other Mediterranean cultures, where when confronted with unfortunate events or simply with these events are mentioned, the sign of the horns may be given to ward off further bad luck. It is also used traditionally to counter or ward off the evil eye, which is malocchio in Italian. In Italy specifically, the gesture is known as the corna, horns, with fingers pointing down. Is a common Mediterranean apotropaic gesture by which people seek protection in unlucky situations. Let's see. Let's move on down a bit. Nothing new there. In Levian Satanism, the sign of the horns is used as a traditional salutation, either for informal or ritual purposes. It's used during religious rituals in Wicca to invoke or present the horn god. For anybody who likes to rock as well, it's this sign of the devil, dude, as Bill and Ted would tell us, Mediterranean, let's see, Latin countries such as Colombia, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and Mexico. So I said Mediterranean and Latin countries. I missed that. I was going to say Colombia is not in the Mediterranean. When directed towards someone, pointed upwards and or swiveled back and forth, the sign offensively implies cuckoldry. Let's see. Anything else? Witchcraft, blah, blah, blah. There you go, heavy metal culture. It says Ronnie James Dio was known for popularizing the sign of the horns in heavy metal. Oh, there you go. I suppose all of these guys have a bit of a claim on it, don't they? Dio began using the sign soon after joining the metal band Black Sabbath in 1979. Ozzy Osbourne as well, known for using the peace sign. There you go. Geezer, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I thought I saw something about Gene Simmons saying he was involved with it. There you go, he is, Gene Simmons of the rock group Kiss attempted to claim the devil horns hand gesture for his own. Etc., etc. So there you go. You'll see all sorts of people, etc., etc. Apotropaic symbols. There's a much more fun ones, I think, than that. But that's what I think that means, rather than say that, for example. Because I'm not aware that is a particular sign to ward off evil, if you see what I mean. There's something saying the one who praises and the one who forms phrases to express the holy yearnings. Perhaps she wonders about the power he has been given versus what she should be doing herself. Just a thought. Oh, have I missed a bit here? Hang on. Sorry, Cynthia, I'll back up. Jessica's words regarding government include... Sorry, I'll go back here. Cynthia said, Jessica's words regarding government include this: sacred ritual must spring from praise and holy yearnings, which hammer out a significant morality. Maybe this disturbs Alia. Korba was the Panegyrist, yeah. The one who praises and the one who forms phrases to express the holy yearnings. Perhaps she wonders about the power he has been given versus what she should be doing herself. Just a thought. And Carlos saying, I think Jean tried to copyright the symbol. Yes, indeed. It's interesting, I suppose, a panegyrist in that sense. I'm thinking that there's other people, other terms for people who kind of speak, but yeah, religion tends to be very sort of, sycophantic and yeah. I suppose that's a good point, Cynthia. It is indeed. Yeah. there's almost Alia's, and again we'll get there with this, Cynthia, but Alia, I think, is meant to be playing a certain role within this, and I think that her excuse, we'll get an excuse from her towards the end of the chapter, but I think she's kind of off base, or kind of has forgotten what's going on. So she's taken over, this judgment, or this trial of Korba. If you excuse me, if you see what I mean, and as if Paul Muad'Dib's not going to come, but then he does come, and he kind of almost takes over, doesn't he, in a funny kind of way. But as I said, this is all done deliberately, and yeah, again, I think Alia is considering. I think what she said earlier about, in this I am different, the Atreides name has enough dirt on it without that. And does she mean I'm different from who? Initially, I thought it was possibly the Fremen and their quality of violence, but she is Fremen. But possibly is that she's different from Paul, is that she's different from Jessica, she's different from Leto the First. I think Alia's mind is starting to go a bit here. And as you say, self-doubt possibly, and there's enough of that as well. I think the one person that would come out of this with more doubts than anything would possibly be Stilgar. But yeah, there's a lot in this chapter. It's nuanced, I think, and there's payoff for some of this stuff, But more this very dramatic entrance of Paul, Stilgar just going, "My lord," not really kind of looking at him, just and I don't know. It's a question of, do we think? I think Stilgar's become quite a good actor in this chapter. And yeah, where do we get to? Sorry, Paul and Stilgar. You're playing to the gallery. Sign of the horns, right? And point those fingers at yourself, Paul shouted. We know where the evil is. And then he turned back to Korba. I think Rajafiri is one of the people that's going to find himself arrested, I think, at the end of this chapter as well. There's guilt on your face, Korba. Not my guilt. I may have associated with the guilty, but no. He broke off and shot a frightened look at the gallery. And again, he's playing to this gallery of Naibs too. And here we go. We're going to start really pointing out the drama bit of this, I suppose. But this is a key word, a key phrase here. Taking her cue from Paul. Alia, we'll see how as we go along. Alia arose, stepped down to the floor of the chamber, advanced to the edge of Korba's table. From a range of less than a meter, she stared down at him, silent and intimidating. He's right in his face. Korba cowered under the burden of eyes. It's almost as if Paul's lack of eyes, that he's, but her eyes can be, stare at and be penetrating. He fidgeted, shot anxious glances at the gallery. And this is Paul. Whose eyes do you seek up there? Paul asked. You cannot see, Korba blurted. And Paul put down a momentary feeling of pity for Korba. The man lay trapped in the vision's snare as securely as any of those present. He played a part, no more. So taking a cue, playing a part, this kind of thing, it's going to continue. As much as Paul is trapped, I suppose, at this point in his vision, and he's playing a role now that's set out by these visions, Korba must also be trapped in it. And just, again, is there no free will here? And I've written drama next to this as well. I don't need eyes to see you, Paul said. And he began describing Korba every movement, every twitch, every alarmed and pleading look at the gallery. Desperation grew in Korba. Pardon me, and I've written here just my own wee speculations. Did he hope for Paul's blindness to work against his accusers? And I kind of almost get the sense that Korba's kind of the hope that Korba might have here is that if Paul is blind, he'll be sent to the desert. This kind of thing, somehow he might get away with this, possibly by invoking Fremen law against Paul, which might bring about his demise, if you see what I mean. Back to that purple belt that he's wearing, we'll get the something else that's ahead here. We get Alia's point of view and thoughts here. Watching him, Alia saw he might break any second. Someone in the gallery must realize how near he was to breaking, she thought. Who? She studied the faces of the Naibs, noting small betrayals in the masked faces, angers, fears, uncertainties, guilts. So again, using her Bene Gesserit training here, I think, for nuances, the small betrayals, if you like, in the faces. And in the masked faces as well, which I think is kind of interesting. Again, we're just talking about a Greek chorus would often wear masks. Let's have a wee look. Oh, that's a crack. Oh, just typed in Greek chorus, went to Wikipedia, just saw that. There's a absolutely beautiful pot showing a chorus of stilt walkers there. Again, you've done a storage jar with a chorus of stilt walkers. It's gorgeous work on it. That'd be black figure pottery. Let's see. The Greek tragedy, comedy, satire plays as a homogeneous group of performers who comment with a collective voice on the action on the scene they appear in. Historically, the chorus consisted of between 12 and 50 players who variously danced, sang, spoke their lines in unison, and sometimes wore masks. In fact, we're over in Amsterdam usually for our holidays. There's where is it near? Is it Varmestrat? Is it? There's a shop that does a lot of masks and stuff, and often they're in the window. They're kind of paper mache, kind of tragic Greek comic masks. Of course, we know tragedy and comedy being represented by two masks, if you like, from that time. But I very much see the Naibs that way in this chapter. Let's see. Yeah, I just thought that she studied the faces of the Naibs, noting small betrayals in the masked faces. So they're still masked up in the gallery. Paul fell silent. Korba mustered a pitiful air of pomposity to plead, "Who accuses me?" It's the same thing he keeps asking. By the way, who accuses me before I have a right to confront my accuser? Prior to that, not by word or deed have I been traitor to my Fremen vows. I demand to confront my accuser. I protest my innocence prior to that. Yeah, pretty much he's running with the same message each time, I think, out of desperation. Who's accusing me? And here we go. Othim accuses you, Alia said. But Othim's dead, Korba protested. It's almost like one out of one of those television legal drama shows, if you know what I mean. But how did you know that? Paul asked. Through your spy system. Oh, yes. We know about your spies and couriers. We know who bought the stone burner here from Tara Hell. Excuse me. Somebody the other week asked, might have been yourself, Cynthia, about how did Othim get suckered into the conspiracy, or was he a part of the conspiracy initially, etc.? We were talking about how he was acting ultimately as the planet where Othim was. Splitting disease. I've written again here, actually. There we go. So this is where the stone burner has come from. And again, that kind of must make it interesting, especially with the previous chapter. Paul's talking to his weapons specialist. You need to find the evidence. Where was this made, etc. I kind of think I said that it's possible it could have been made off planet. Therefore, but this is indeed where it was made. The Stoneburner was brought here from Tara Hell, and here we go. Korba's going to start sort of, I suppose, incriminating himself and implicating others here. It was for the defense of the Quizarati. Korba blurted, "Oops, that's him done really there." And he's going to say, "Oh, we brought it here, but it was just to own a curiosity, this kind of thing, and somebody stole it from us. That must have been it." It was for the defense of the Quizarati. Korba blurted. This is his guilt, and not only that, it implicates his entire organization, I think. Is that how it got into the traitorous hands? Paul asked. It was stolen, and Korba fell silent, swallowed. His eyes darted left and right. "Everyone knows I've been the voice of love for Muad'Dib." He stared at the gallery. "How can a dead man accuse a Fremen?" And again, I think he's looking for some way out here. "Othim's voice isn't dead," Alia said. She stopped as Paul touched her arm. And this is Paul. "Othim sent us his voice," Paul said. "It gives the names, the acts of treachery, the meeting places, and the times. Do you miss certain faces in the Council of Naibs, Korba? Where are Merkur and Fash? Kiki the Lame isn't with us today. And Takim, where is he?" I just got to tidy up these names here. I've highlighted them and it's kind of made them a wee bit hard to read. There we go. So we're going to have a wee bit of a quick chat about this bunch. And I've called them the 4 Naib worm thieves. Merkur. Sometimes highlighters work against you a wee bit, don't they? There we go. That's better. So we've got Merkur, Fash, Kiki the Lame, and Takim. Okie dokie, here we go. So Merkur would come from Mercurius, the Roman god, is cognitive with Hermes. That's Mercury, who is a god of commerce, financial gain, luck, trickery, thieves. He's also a psychopomp and a messenger of the gods. We have Fash, which is from the Latin fastus, which means disdain. In English and Scots, I suppose that having a look at the etymology of this word, it's more kind of around the English-Scottish border region, if you like, the jocks and the Geordies, as we might put it, would mean to worry, bother, or annoy. But oddly enough, I'm trying to wonder, is it my wife? I'm thinking on something else here. Let me see. Bear with me a wee second. But I don't want to. I'm not sure if I'm right about this. Let's see. No, it's a different word I'm thinking on. Just sounds a bit similar. Fudge is what I'm thinking on, which is not quite fash, but that's what my wife would call potato bread. Potato bread's gorgeous. That's the thing, particularly around here. We've got great bread in this country. Right, bear with me a wee second. So, sorry, I always thought it sounded a bit similar. I was just wondering. So, English and Scots, to worry about, to be bothered or annoy someone. Fash is also a clipping of the word fascist. Let's see, where was that? That's a good one, actually. From the word fasces is a symbol of authority in Rome. It's carried by an individual called a lictor, who would move in front of a magistrate, if you like. It could also be a bit of a thug. It's an interesting kind of job. Fasces is a bundle of sticks, what you would call, I suppose, I don't know. Have we got something I could demonstrate it with? I suppose I've got a whole bunch of ink here. That might do. Sorry. Faskies would be like a faggot of wood, for want of a better term, that would be bundled in this kind of circle. I've got a bunch of ink cartridges here just to show you. Can you see that? There we go. And in the middle of this thing would be an axe, if you like that, a bit like that. The faggot is a bundle of wood, basically, and then the axe would be an axe head on this, and it'd be in the middle, and that's what a fasces is, and it's a symbol of a lictor, which is a post in Roman times. That's where we get the word fascist from, which I think is quite weird. I think the fasces did, but I think it became a symbol of fascism. But that's where I would know it from. So it's a symbol of authority in Rome, and carried by a lictor is a person who kind of act on behalf of and proceed in front of a magistrate. And it could use it to dish out punishment and also just sort of clear people out the way, that kind of thing. What's a lictor actually? What's the proper definition? Lictor. Lictor from the Latin ligare, meaning to bind. Yeah, there we go. I'm not. My old memory's not that bad. It was a lictor was a Roman civil servant who is an attendant and bodyguard to a magistrate who held imperium. Roman records describe lictors as having existed since the Roman kingdom. It's prior to the Republic and may have originated with the Etruscans. There you go. Lictors were instituted by Rome's first king Romulus, who appointed 12 lictors to attend him. Livy refers to two competing traditions for the reason that Romulus chose the number of lictors. The first version is that 12 is the number of birds that appeared in the augury, which had portended the kingdom to Romulus. The second version, favoured by Livy, is that the number of lictors was borrowed from the Etruscan kings, who had one lictor appointed from each of their 12 states. There you go. Yeah, some interesting stuff. There's a relief of a lictor holding the fasces. There you are. Let me see. Oh, that's interesting. A Vestal Virgin was accorded a lictor when her presence was required at a public ceremony. There's all sorts of stuff there. There we go. But that's not to jump off the topic too much, but that's possible etymology for fash. It's another modern meaning, I suppose, is it's a clipping of the word fascist. But that's where that word comes from, if you like. Tiki the Lame. Here we go. Oh, sorry, Kiki the Lame. That's not Tiki. Call him Tiki, I'm thinking of. Kiki the Lame. Kiki is a shortened form of Enrique, which means home ruler. It's a Spanish name, which is a variant from the German. Kiki's Middle Dutch and is an alternative form of Kigi, which means to look, glance, peep, peek, peer, or gaze. That's what I've got for that one, and he's lame. And then takim is an Ottoman Turkish word, which means a crew, a set, or a suit, but like as in a suit of cards, for example. Squad, team, or an order in taxonomy. Excuse me. And it's also from Old Norse, is the first person form of taka, which means to take, or also to arise. It's also an Albanian word meaning a meeting or date. But I think there's some interesting things within the meaning of those words. There's always something. And with Frank, it could be nothing, but I think, there's stuff there to do with thieves, pinching stuff, bothering and annoying people. Yeah. There's interesting stuff, I suppose, and also to peep, to glance, just in relation to blindness. It's an interesting collection of word names from different languages, etc. That Frank has used here. It's a thing that you get, by the way, in fantasy and science fiction books, is that authors just make up names. Here comes Clumbleblob, and this kind of thing. Flumdinkle. I was quite like Douglas Adams ones. Is it Vroomfondle and Magic Thighs? But Frank Herbert doesn't do this. He's got sets of words that he wants to use, applies them a lot to names, planets, characters, etc. And yeah, I always kind of thought these as kind of like the four horsemen, if you like, but the four wormmen of the Fremen. It just made me think of that a wee bit. But I've been curious. There are quite a bunch of names that have been just dropped on us in this chapter, you know. Right, okay. So just back up there. Do you miss certain faces in the Council of Naibs? And these people are all Naibs, by the way. They're Fremen leaders. Where are Merkur and Fash? Kiki the Lame isn't with us today. And Takim, where is he? Korba shook his head from side to side. They fled Arrakis with the stolen worm, Paul said. Even if I freed you now, Korba, Shai Halud would have your water for your part in this. Why don't I free you, Korba? Think of all those men whose eyes were taken, the men who cannot see as I see. They have families and friends, Korba. Where could you hide from them? Once again, I kind of felt a bit bad here, as much as we've had a brief mention of Alfheim here, and he's dead. What about the people who died? Which no mention of poor Duri as well. But here we go. So it's Korba's response here is, it was an accident, Korba pleaded. Anyway, they're getting Tailaxu. And again, he subsided. And here's this little comment that we talked about earlier from Paul. Who knows what bondage goes with metal eyes? Paul asked. I kind of wonder, do they have to be metal? You know, why is it that they're metal? And I wonder, is it to do with something with the prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad, if you like, as much as we shall not make a machine in the image of man, etc. We've got artificial eyes that don't look like real eyes. And why are they so obviously metal, so obviously artificial? The Naibs in their gallery began changing whispered content. Sorry, that's not right at all. That's my writing. Began changing whispered comments. Let me just see if I've written that right at all. Doesn't quite. Sometimes I've had a lot of bother with my pen. I actually got towards the end of this chapter, I went to hell with it and swapped for a biro. Where are we? Oh, sorry about this, folks. Naibs in the gallery began 60, note 60. Sorry, I've missed out a bit. That's me fighting with this old ink pen. I just couldn't get the ink to flow out. The Naibs in their gallery began exchanging whispered comments, speaking behind raised hands. They gazed coldly at Korba now. Defense of the Quizarate, Paul murmured, returning to Korba's plea. Now this is the bit in this chapter that I wanted to ask you about, folks. If anybody's got a copy of the book open, this little section here, I'd like to know what you think. I'll explain it in a wee second. I'll read the thing and then tell you what my problem is. Defense of the Quizarate, Paul murmured, returning to Korba's plea. A device which either destroys a plane or produces J-rays to blind those too near it. Which effect, Korba, did you conceive as a defense? Does the Quizarate rely on stopping the eyes of all observers? And Korba's response here is, it was a curiosity, my lord, Korba pleaded. We knew the old law said that only families with a capital F could possess atomics. But the Quizarate obeyed. Obeyed what? I've written here, Fremen law, question mark. And Paul says, obeyed you. Paul said, a curiosity indeed. Now, back and forth. I think this is a misprint in the book, or an absence letter. And I'd love to know if anybody's got their copies out there as you're going through this, if you could tell me what you think. So, defense of the Quizarate, Paul murmured, returning to Korba's plea. A device which either destroys a plane, and that's the word I've got a problem with, because that makes no sense whatsoever. If we understand what a plane is a two-dimensional, two-dimensional area of space, if you like. Let me give you the definition of a plane. A flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. That's the dictionary one. Let me see. Now, let's just go geometry. Euclidean plane. In mathematics, a Euclidean plane is a Euclidean space of dimension 2, denoted e to the power of 2. It is a geometric space in which two real numbers are required to determine the position of each point. It is an affine space, which includes, in particular, the concept of parallel lines. It has also metrical properties induced by a distance, which allows to define circles and angle measurement. A Euclidean plane with a chosen Cartesian coordinate system is called a Cartesian plane. The set r to the power 2 of the ordered pairs of real numbers. The real coordinate plane equipped with the dot product is often called the Euclidean plane, since every Euclidean plane is isomorphic to it. There we go. So there's anybody wants to check that out, type in the word plane in reference to geometry on Wikipedia and have a good nosy at it. That's what I thought it was. Thank you, Cynthia. I've even seen people talk about this online. It destroys a plane. How on earth can it possibly destroy a plane? We've gone into the realms of Xi Shen Lu and his Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, dimensional weapons. It's planet, isn't it? And I'll just show you. Where are we? There. I've put in the ET. Can you see that? Question mark. Now, that makes complete sense from what we learned previously, that if these things don't go well, that it could destroy a planet. Honest to goodness, the misprints are the problems with this text sometimes really do change the meaning. A device which either destroys a planet. Thank you. That's exact. Yeah, it is a mistake. I've written mistake above it. It's nice to check these things. I've kind of got 3 different versions of Dune Messiah. Sadly, they all have the same mistakes. And it's nice. I know you've got a good copy of it. Brilliant. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let me reread that then, folks. The defense of the Quizarati, a device, Paul murmured, returning to Korba's plea, a device which either destroys a planet or produces J-rays to blind those too near it. Which effect, Korba, did you conceive as a defense? Does the Quizarati rely on stopping the eyes of all observers? The interesting thing about that, thank you very much, Cynthia. You have a wee comment there, Carlos, before that to mark the recipients. I wasn't not too sure of the context of that one. But thank you very much, Cynthia. That I pretty much was sure that it was a planet, but God's sake, it's a ridiculous mistake, isn't it? Yeah, and especially because the stone burner clearly works in 3 dimensions, doesn't it? If anybody's not read Xi Shen Lu's books, the Three Body Problem, The Dark Forest, and what's the last one again? Where are you, Lou? Death's End. The use of dimensional weapons is pretty interesting. Somebody on the show once, it wasn't myself, described it as weaponizing Flatland, which I thought was brilliant. And if I ever do a video on it, I think I'll give it that title in honor of that person. But it wasn't me that came up with it. But that's from it. How can this possibly destroy a plane? It made no sense to me whatsoever. Now, J-rays, I think we were chatting about before. I was looking for J radiation. It's J-rays that they're referred to within the book that seem to blind, for some reason, the flesh of the eyes only. I've just written down here that J-rays are Frank Herbert's fictional form of ionizing radiation, something similar to X-rays, alpha radiation, beta radiation, gamma radiation, neutron radiation, etc., etc. Right next to that, I have plane or planet because plane makes no sense. None at all. Didn't make any sense in any shape, form, or whatever. Except that it must be a mistake. That's interesting, isn't it? Bit of deductive reasoning there, I think. When you rule everything else out, whatever must remain is a mistake. It's not right. Goodness gracious! Yeah, I wonder. Can I wonder how many others of you have got plane in your book? You know, I know Cynthia's got a particularly good edition of Dune Messiah, which I'm kind of really wishing I had a copy of. But yes, indeed, that made no sense. Jihad rays, laughing. Yeah, what are J rays and why do they blot out the eyes? You know, and it's an extreme of effects, isn't it? It either blows up a planet or makes you blind. And it's so I would imagine it severely limits its use. And I think oddly enough, it's as much as use jihad rays and stuff like it makes you blind. It make We could take it that it makes the Atreides blind to somebody nicking a worm right under their noses. And how does Paul not see this kind of thing? I suppose focusing on the danger around Othim's house and all of that kind of thing. But yeah, these four, and that would be that would almost make it quite a. I hope somebody doesn't tell me that Brian Herbert's already done this, but that would kind of make an interesting short story, wouldn't it? How the Naibs nicked a worm. How they stole Shai Hulud. It's an interesting thing to consider, that the fact that regardless of Paul and his religion, that the people who kidnap the worm are Fremen. And as we pointed out, the Shai Hulud is their deity. It's their the dualistic deity of both God and devil, if you like. Shai Hulud and Shaitan in one. And as I always pointed out, it's also their, a form of public transport, if you like, for the Fremen. The worms, as much as they're desert power, they can be weapons and all sorts of things. They're also kind of a bus, aren't they? But there we go. Planet, honest to goodness. The other thing I kind of was wondering about, and I suppose when Frank's kind of writing, we're in the early days of the atomic age, aren't we? We're still not quite out of, and again, some of this stuff was written, put down on paper in the 50s, I think, probably mostly in the early 60s, and then tidied up, etc. So it's an imagined kind of, it's not scientific in any shape or form. And again, the other thing is you don't seem to get a sense of the harm that radiation can do in these books. Pardon me. Certainly not within the early books here, anyway. I might be wrong if we move further on down the line, but it's I'd say that Othim's house isn't too far from the keep, if you like. We talked about the suburbia, if you like, of Arrakeen, the Fremen of suburbia. What's happened? Where's the radiation gone? Why, I suppose it's interesting. Would you be able to control radiation with weather control? But it's just that doesn't really happen. I still think the bit with Timothée Chalamet as Paul Atreides in the new Dune film, in Dune Part 2, standing, instead of being underground and having all big sensible, that they have him standing up there looking directly at a nuclear explosion going off, which would not be good for Paul at all, not be good for his eyes in any shape or form. It's, don't look at the nuclear bomb going off; it'll blind you, And I think I think there's evidence, isn't there, that it leaves retinal kind of like a retinal burn in the eyes, an after image or something on people who've been blinded by it. or had their eyes damaged by it, you know. Oh, goodness gracious, planet. That just makes me laugh. But the one thing I kind of want to know is, I've asked this before, the nature of the mistakes in these books is suggests to me that they're screaming out for a good editor, a la Christopher Tolkien. I think we've discussed about the difference in how one son works with his father's work and the other. But why hasn't the level of publication that these books get? Why hasn't someone fixed all this stuff? Actually, the copies that I'm working with are kind of reasonably modern. That's the copy of, and I thought I wasn't going to buy another copy. I think I said, I even picked up the same edition of Children in Dune. I managed to pick it up in Tesco's in the second-hand book basket, which was nice because I always like to pick up second-hand copies of Dune. But it makes me wonder about these really expensive editions of Dune and Dune Messiah that have come out, the folio editions, etc. And especially, for example, within my copy of Dune with Peter de Vries being called Peter de Vries, in this version here, which is almost consistently throughout the book, the character's got the wrong name, which kind of makes me think, oh, maybe that's got something to do with Denis Villeneuve's problems, But with the Dune film. But yes, indeed, there we go. What J-Ray is just something fictional here within the Dune universe, and it destroys planets, not planes. I'm so happy about that. So happy that you wouldn't believe, because if that word plane was deliberate, I'd be going, what is he on here? To be honest with you, this does not make any sense at all, even within the realms of possibility where the Dune universe goes. But it does make me wonder about these really expensive, fancy editions of Dune. As much as they go into, let's put a nice cover on it, let's get an artist to do some lovely illustrations, this kind of thing. Has anybody bothered to fix the sheer amount of messery that's within the text, Excuse me. So his excuse is that the Korba's defense is that the Quizarati have ordered a stone burner, because the families, as it's put, that's the families of the Landsrat are allowed to have atomic, so we kind of wanted one too. And he's trying to suggest that it was stolen from them, that, it was an accident. He's not got his story straight, and he's implicating himself and demonstrating his own guilt here. So the last wee thing he said there was, did the Quizarati rely on stopping the eyes of all observers? And Korba responds, it was a curiosity, my lord. Korba pleaded, we knew the old law said that only families could possess atomics, but the Quizarati obeyed. Old law is another way of putting it. We've had Fremen law, we've got Atreides law, and now we have the old law. And in relation to the families, that's got to be, as I said, that's got to be the families of the Landsrat. So I'm guessing that the old law is the law of Shaddam IV. The law of his Imperium is what Korba is referring to as the old law here. But the Quizarati obeyed, and Paul, obeyed you, Paul said. A curiosity indeed. Even if it's only the voice of my accuser, you must face me with it, Korba said. A Fremen has rights. Again, he's back on this, show me my accuser. And Stilgar at this point goes, he speaks truth, sire, Stilgar said. And Alia glanced sharply at Stilgar. The law is the law, Stilgar said, sensing Alia's protest. He began quoting Fremen law, interspersing his own comments on how the law pertained. And I've written here now that there's a problem here. Alia experienced the odd sensation that she was hearing Stilgar's words before he spoke them. Right, that's a second before. Sorry about this. I really did struggle with my pen today. Right, where are we? Note number 72. I lost something here. Never appears. I've put in a word that shouldn't be there. Hang on. Bear with me a wee second. Sorry, I was cursing my pen so badly over the last couple of days, just trying to get the ink to flow in it properly. A whole bunch of new ink and it doesn't seem to be working well. Stilgar had never appeared more official and conservative, more intent on adhering to the Dune Code. I have to go with that being Fremen law. His chin was outthrust, aggressive. Was there really nothing in him but this outrageous pomposity? And the thing that I've written, excuse me, I need to get some fruit. The thing that I've written here, well, just prior to that, where Stilgar's doing he speaks truth, sire. I've written that this is a good cop, bad cop routine kind of thing. Let me see. And then just the surprise, I think, that Stilgar's words have taken Alia by. She glanced sharply at him, like, what are you doing? Sensing, and Stilgar says the law is law, sensing Alia's protest. So Alia experienced the odd sensation she was hearing Stilgar's words before he spoke them. How could this be credulous? How could this be so? Stilgar had never appeared more official and conservative, more intent on adhering to the Dune Code. His chin was outthrust, aggressive. Was there really nothing in him but this outrageous pomposity? And I've written next to this, has Alia, is my question here, has Alia forgotten his role / her role here? And that he's acting, is this Stilgar acting as a Naib? And my emphasis also is on the word acting. But has she forgotten what's going on here? So Stilgar says, Korba is a Fremen and must be judged by Fremen law, Stilgar concluded. Alia turned away and looked out at the day shadows dropping down the wall across from the garden. She felt drained by frustration. They dragged this along well into mid-morning. Now what? Korba had relaxed. The Panegyrist's manner said he had suffered an unjust attack, that everything he'd done was... I've done it again. That everything he'd done for love of Muad'Dib. Let me see, have I lost another word here? I have. This is the worst. I'm just fighting with a pen. Every time I do a kind of writing with my ink pen, it's been losing vertical strokes, and I've had to keep going back. As I said, I kind of gave up at a certain point. A couple of pages from here, I just switched to a biro. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got this done tonight. But sorry, where it kept bothering me, I kept sort of cursing the damn thing and have missed the odd word. And they're messing with the meaning, aren't they? Let me just see. Everything he'd done, that's it there. Let me see. Number 73. The Panegyrist manner said he'd suffered an unjust attack, that everything he'd done had been... There we go, that's what I've left out. Had been... That makes better sense. For love of Muad'Dib. I'll read that one more time. Sorry about that, folks. The Panegyrist manner said he suffered an unjust attack, that everything he'd done had been for love of Muad'Dib. Yeah. She glanced at Korba, surprised. I've done it again. Oh no, hang on. Surprised, a look of sly self-importance sliding across his face. I quite like that. Sorry, I haven't done it again there. I'll just read that again properly as well. She glanced at Korba, surprised, a look of sly self-importance sliding across his face. I've made a wee note of the sibilance and alliteration there. I can really hear it with my my new teeth. Alia's thoughts here. He might almost have received a message, she thought. He acted the part of a man who'd heard friends shout, "Hold fast, help is on the way." Now, I pointed out to you earlier about Korba's purple belt. And if we assume that something like that, purple belt, purple robe, standing upon a purple carpet, as I was talking about Agamemnon, and how I suppose Agamemnon's not a particularly palatable character in some ways. In many ways, he comes across as quite villainous, but he's just another Greek hero. How he gets his with, I suppose, his act of hubris is walking on the purple carpet. This kind of thing, taking the purple, is in a sense, as much as he's a king, is to suggest that he is like Zeus himself. If we considered Paul Atreides a bit like Zeus in Olympus, if you want, there's many characters from Greek mythology that we can roll on to him. But if as much as we can consider Korba speaking for his god, if you like, speaking for the head of, because it's a religion, and saying being all praise, being a mouthpiece, and possibly the hope is that he could remove his god because he knows he's a man, kill him and take his place. This kind of sense as head of the religion. If he's wearing this belt, that's the act of hubris. And I just wanted to point this out as well in the same light. What Alia says, what Alia's thoughts are here. He might also have received a message, she thought. He acted the part of a man who'd heard friends shout, "Hold fast, help is on the way." Now, I've written down, in other words, Paul. If we remember, and I've written down here, see chapter 18, note 27. So if we back up, who is it who says that, or something very close to it? It's Paul. He acted the part of a man who'd heard friends shout, "Hold fast, help is on the way." And I've written next this. In other words, Paul, see chapter 18, note 27. That's what our notes are for. So let's jump back just to prove this. Chapter 18, note 27, our previous chapter. So what we've just heard is, "Hold fast, help is on the way." What does Paul say here? "Hold fast," Paul shouted. "Help is coming." Almost identical. This, and then, sorry, just read it again. "Hold fast." This is from chapter 18. "Hold fast," Paul shouted. "Help is coming." And as the complaints persisted, he said, "This is Muad'Dib. I command you to hold fast. Help comes." We go forward to chapter. Korba is acting as if the part of a man who'd heard friends shout, "Hold fast, help is on the way." It's very similar language, and I kind of got the sense that, I might be wrong about this. Maybe sometimes I read too much into these things, but I just thought that's the words that Paul shouts. Pretty much. The only difference is on the way, help is coming. And I just thought, the other thing that Korba reminds me on, I suppose. And again, this could be just my old silly head with this kind of stuff, is that he reminds me on the likes of Tantalus, if you like, wanting to feast at the table of the gods, this kind of thing, and a couple of other characters who are like that within Greek mythology. But he's not one of them. But he would like to be. And the pretense of the man, the robes, the coloring, I think, of the purple. As I said, maybe that symbolism is there within the Atreides myth. And ultimately, as much as we call the Pelopid, the family, the Pelopid line, the originator of that family is Tantalus. So it's just little things. And I said, I think Frank's quite subtle about it, but that language, that's the language of Paul. He acted the part, and it acted again. By the way, I want to point that out. The drama, that this is theater what we're watching. And also, Ali is frustrated here. Bits of the conversation previously had kind of dropped out, and kind of got Frank emulating that for us. When Stilgar's reading the law, this kind of thing. So I'd say it's similar to somebody just zoning out with boredom, if you like. But his manner here that he is interesting to her, and she's surprised at the look of sly self-importance sliding across his face. and it's her thoughts here are we'll see where it goes actually, but I think there's something not right with her thinking here. Uh, Frustration. Now we have her doubts here. For an instant, they'd held this thing in their hands. The information out of the dwarf, the clues that others were in the plot, the names of informants. But the critical moment had flown. And here we go. Stilgar? Surely not Stilgar. And she turned and stared at the old Fremen. Stilgar met her gaze without flinching. Again, my little comment here is, what's wrong with Alia? And is this kind of level of suspicion, is it starting to become paranoia? She's not thinking right here. And it's almost as if she's ready to accuse Stilgar. And it's based, I think, on Korba's behavior. That why is he behaving like this? This, in the face of this, does he think he's going to get away with it? He's got a look of sly self-importance sliding across his face, and you'd kind of wonder why, because he seems to be quite, freaking out a bit here. But it's the hope, I think, that Stilgar seems to be dangling in front of him. Korba is a Fremen and must be judged by Fremen law. And this isn't really for Korba's benefit. This is for the benefit of the Naibs here. But it's made, I think, for a moment now, depending on, we're not too far from the end of the chapter, but I think that she is genuinely doubting him here. As I put now, that'll be contradicted by what she says later. Actually, she stared at the old Fremen. Stilgar met her gaze without flinching. Thank you, still, Paul said, for reminding us of the law. Stilgar inclined his head. He moved close and shaped silent words in a way both Paul and Alia could read. Which is basically, this is what he says: I'll wring him dry and then take care of the matter. And that's almost knowing Stilgar, that means I'll get the information I want out of him and then we'll kill him. Which is in real contradiction to sort of Stilgar's behavior here, if you like, what he's actually saying. Paul nodded, signaled the guardsman behind Korba. Remove Korba to a maximum security cell, Paul said. No visitors except counsel. As counsel, I appoint Stilgar. And we get Korba here. Let me choose my own counsel, Korba shouted. And I've just written next, this is a trap. And it's an Atreides trap. You deny the fairness, Paul whirled, which is an interesting word. You deny the fairness and judgment of Stilgar, and that's the trap. We're appointing his counsel for him. Oh no, my lord, but take him away, Paul barked. So Stilgar is going to be his counsel, whether he likes it or not. And it's a nice little kind of linguistic trap there for him. Also, it points out, I think, to the Fremen in the gallery that, as much as we see Stilgar still as a Naib, the fairness and judgment of Stilgar are something that most of them, I think probably all of them, would actually respect. Stilgar's proven himself time and time again, So take him away, Paul barked, and the guardsman lifted Korba off the cushions and herded him out. With new mutterings, the Naibs began quitting their gallery. Attendants came from beneath the gallery, crossed to the windows, and drew the orange draperies. Told it, gloom took over the chamber. As much as it's kind of mid-morning, early afternoon at this point, I think, within the book. As much as we're going to talk about morning audiences, it's past that time. I think things have dragged out, as Alia has pointed out. The orange gloom kind of reminds me of the sun setting on something, if you like. So So we have this little bit of a conversation now. And again, this is the end of that section. Really, that's out he goes. That's it. This kind of theatre is over. The Naibs are away. Paul, Alia said, and then this is Paul speaking. When we precipitate violence, Paul said, it'll be when we have full control of it. Thank you. Still, you played your part well. Alia, I'm certain, has identified the Naibs who were with him. They couldn't help giving themselves away. And again, a lot to do with drama. We're going to see a bit more of it. But Stilgar has played his part well. He's done some pretty good acting in this chapter. I really like Stilgar in this book, by the way. I think as much as we talk about characters, etc., a lot, Stilgar's journey is an interesting one. Which will carry on into the next book. I think he's a fascinating character. And he's one, I think, that particularly these two Atreides siblings rely on a great deal. It's necessary in many ways for them to keep him on side, but particularly with Paul, I think, especially the last chapter, you really do get a sense of Stilgar's friendship runs deep, I think, with Paul. Especially the last chapter. Oh, Ursel, with the eyes and stuff, and that. But I like this. That it's kind of funny. It's odd in a way, this little bit. But it's when we precipitate the events, we'll have full control over it. Thank you, Stil. You played your part well. Alia, I'm certain, has identified the Naibs who were with him. They couldn't help giving themselves away. So as much as the theatre is going on for the benefit of the Naibs who are innocent, this is also a trap for those who have been conspiring against the Atreides, conspiring with Paul. And we've had a good list of them, actually. We've got 4 Naibs who've run off planet: Merkur, Fash, Kiki, the Lame, and Taken. And then we have a list way back, I think, of certain names in the gallery. A couple of whom are about to have mentions again. So quite a bunch of them here, to be honest with you. But of course, Stilgar is one of them. Yeah, but when there's going to be violence, we'll control it. I think it's interesting. But he thanks Stil again. He thanked him previously for reminding us of the law, but you played your part well. And Alia, again, now this is the interesting bit. This is what Alia, you cooked this up between you, Alia demanded. Had I ordered Korba slain out of hand, the Naibs would have understood, Paul said. But this formal procedure without strict adherence to Fremen law, they felt their own rights threatened. Which Naibs were with him, Alia? Rajafiri for certain, she said, voice low, and Said, but give Stilgar the complete list, Paul said. Alia swallowed. Oh, that was very whistly, sorry. I'll try that again. Alia swallowed in a dry throat, sharing the general fear of Paul in the moment. She knew how he moved among them without eyes, but the delicacy of it daunted her. To see their forms in the air of his vision, she sensed her person shimmering for him in sidereal time, whose accord with reality depended entirely on his words and actions. He held them all in the palm of his vision. Excuse me. Sidereal, that's one of those words that I used to mispronounce all the time as sidereal, especially as it's a word that turns up in science fiction, but it is sidereal, and it comes from the Latin sidus or cedar, which means star. And it's pertaining to motion, if you like, within planets and stars, etc. And oh god, I don't really want to have a look at it. This will be a lengthy one. Yeah, actually, what was it? Having a wee chat about with my wife about this one actually. Earlier on, she was going, "What's this about?" and stuff. And there, if anybody wants to type in sidereal time into Wikipedia, rather than have me explain the difference between sidereal time and kind of regular time, if you like. The difference between a sidereal day and a solar day. If you go to Wikipedia, there's actually a really good little animation that will kind of make it clear. But anyway, sidereal time, pronounced sidereal, is a system of timekeeping used especially by astronomers. Using sidereal time in the celestial coordinate system, it is easy to locate the positions of celestial objects in the night sky. Sidereal time is a time scale that is based on Earth's rate of rotation, measured relative to the fixed stars. So there we go. Are you getting that as a how would we put it? Where did we find that? Sorry, I'm just trying to find this again on my page here. For him and it's a metaphor. That's the word I was looking for. Just wanted to check it didn't have the word like or as next to it. She sensed her person shimmering for him in sidereal time, whose accord with reality depended entirely on his words and actions. He held them all in the palm of his vision. That kind of being in the palm of someone. We've talked about palm, Chani and the palm, hands. As always, we've had quite a lot of hand stuff within this chapter, as usual. Actually, probably more than usual. And it all has subtle meaning, I think. But the being held in the palm of Paul's vision, if you like, they're all held them all in the palm of his. It kind of reminds me of the story of the Buddha and the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. It's probably one of my favorite stories about him, actually. For anyone who doesn't know it, basically, the Monkey King wreaks havoc in heaven. He's very funny. Anyway, basically, the Jade Emperor kind of needs they call upon the Buddha to help because the Monkey King's a wee bit too much. And I think the Gautama Buddha, I think, sets Monkey a task that if he can fly to the edge of the universe, these pillars, this kind of thing, and return, then she'll let him do. But otherwise, she'll kind of basically, you'll do what I say, this kind of thing. And of course, he flies to the kind of the edge of and he finds these 5 pillars at the edge of what he thinks is the edge of the universe, and he basically. The TV series does it quite well, but for all intents and purposes, what he does, he basically does a bit of graffiti like Monkey was here, and then he passes on, and then he returns, and he goes, I did it, and all, and of course, as he's chatting to the Buddha, he's actually standing on the palm of Buddha's hand, I think, if I can remember correctly, and of course, the point is that the pillars that he's left his little mark on and urinated on is actually one of the fingers of Buddha. And as much as he thinks that he's gone to the edge of the universe, the Buddha explains that you've never even left the distance of the palm of my hand. And that's when she throws him out of heaven and slaps a mountain on him for 500 years until a priest will come one day. And that's when the pilgrimage, the story of Monkey, really properly begins. All of that's kind of a Havoc in Heaven's kind of a pretty much a prelude, if you like, for a prologue to the Journey to the West. But you gotta love the Monkey King. So it just reminded me a wee bit about that. So the idea, I suppose, in relation to the metaphor of sidereal time, think of Paul as the Earth, if you like, and its rotation. Everyone else's measurement comes from that, and that's that rotation, if you like, is his vision. Hope that explains it okay. But for anybody who wants, just check it out on Wikipedia. There's a really good wee animation there that kind of shows you the difference between sidereal time and solar time, if you like. Solar days. Excuse me. We also have, by the way, before we go on, fear of Paul. And I think we were talking, we're going to see a little bit more of that. Well, it's just about to come up here. The general fear is Alia afraid of him. We've had Chani's fear of Paul here, or this new Paul, if you like. Excuse me. He held them all in the palm of his vision. So this is Stilgar. It's past time for your morning audience, sire, Stilgar said. Many people curious, afraid. And then Paul's question here is insightful and I think really sad. I think this is a bit of a tragic moment in this story. Are you afraid still? It was barely a whisper. Yes. Paul's response to him was, "You're my friend and have nothing to fear from me," Paul said. And Stilgar swallowed. "Yes, my lord." "Alia, take the morning audience," Paul said, "and Stilgar, give the signal." But it's Stilgar obeyed. I actually think that that's a very sad moment in the book. Because we talk about fear as the mind killer within this book in particular, and possibly that's what's happening to Alia. There's something not quite right about her thinking in this chapter. I think, but we've had Chani, again, the people not being able to look Paul directly in the eyes, but we've got Chani. We've also got, again, as Stilgar points out, many people curious about your blindness, afraid. So it's the fear seems to be permeating all aspects of society, if you like, around Paul. But in particular, it as much as it's affecting the general population, it seems to affect those closest to him. And if we go back to our epigraph at the start, he is gone from Alia, the womb of heaven, holy, holy, holy. Fire, sand, leagues confront our Lord. He can see without eyes, a demon upon him, holy, holy, holy. Equation he solved for martyrdom. And the wee note here was at the very beginning was I thought that he was getting further apart from Alia, and if we understand that whenever we're at the beginning of the book, it seems that the two of them are almost identical and on the same page, thinking, if you like, that their thoughts are almost parallel to each other. But are you afraid still? Yes. Barely a whisper, especially with the way Stilgar's been using his voice. Some great acting from Stilgar, I think, in this. But it's a sad moment, I think. "You're my friend and have nothing to fear from me," Paul said. "Yes, my lord." That's it. And then back to business. "Alia, take the morning audience," Paul said, and Stilgar gave the signal. Stilgar obeyed. So we're told a flurry of movement erupted at the great doors. A crowd was pressed back from the shadowy room to perform entrance of officials. Many things began happening all at once. The household guards elbowing and shoving back the press of supplicants, garishly robed pleaders trying to break through, shouts, curses. Pleaders waved the papers of their calling, and the clerk of the assemblage strode ahead of them through the opening cleared by the guard. He carried the list of the list of preferences, those who'd be permitted to approach the throne. The clerk, we're told, is a wiry Fremen named Tekrubi, carried himself with wary cynicism, flaunting his shaven head and clumped whiskers. One last bit of etymology on all these Fremen names, if you like. Tekrubi comes from Ottoman. There's that whistle again. Sorry about that. From Ottoman Turkish, from the Arabic tajriba, which means experience or experiment. Now, this is bits to do with drama I've written here. Drama, I think, has been really important within this chapter. Alia moved to intercept him, giving Paul time to slip away with Chani through the private passage behind the dais. She experienced a momentary distrust of Tekrubi at the prying curiosity and the stare he sent after Paul. And I just thought, is that what we've had with Stilgar previously? A momentary distrust? And I've actually written next, this is this paranoia. The supplicants approach one at a time. "Yes, my lady," this is Tekrubi, and he turned to arrange his throng. And Stilgar is still here. This is the interesting, I suppose we're hitting, but this is just the conclusion of this chapter, but some key words to point out anyway. But this is what Stilgar says. I can remember a time when you wouldn't have mistaken your brother's purpose here, Stilgar said. And I've just written, ouch. And then also, this is honest. This is the brutal honesty of Stilgar. I can remember a time when you wouldn't have mistaken your brother's purpose here. And Stilgar is pretty shrewd, isn't he? He's noticed that she has mistaken his purpose here. The bit where she goes, "You cooked this up between you." She's not. And if we look at this chapter as we go through, everyone's playing a role. We talk about Alia taking her cue. All of these things. There's quite a lot of dramatic terms within this chapter, and I think this is being a little bit overt about it, I suppose. But this is a very interesting conversation. So you wouldn't have mistaken your brother's purpose here. So what did she think was going on, I suppose? This is what she says. I was distracted, she said. There's been a dramatic change in you still. What is it? I've actually written here, how do we read this? And I suppose in the same way, how would an actor interpret these lines? You could read it a couple of different ways. I was distracted. There's been a dramatic change in you still. What is it? Like sympathetic, or you could get it. All we've got is she said. Really, there's no more direction from Frank on this. But she could sort of said annoyed. I was distracted, and then be kind of provocative, I suppose. There's been a dramatic change in you still. What is it? It's a pity Frank hasn't given us a little bit more on that. But I was kind of curious, how do we read this line from Alia? It has a bit of an effect, doesn't it? Dramatic change, drama. Stilgar drew himself up, shocked. One changed, of course, but dramatically. This was a particular view of himself that he never encountered. Drama was a questionable thing. Imported entertainers of dubious loyalty and more dubious virtue were dramatic. Enemies of the Empire employed drama in their attempts to sway the fickle populace. Korba had slipped away from Fremen virtues to employ drama for the Quizerati, and he'd die for that. I suppose it's interesting that something that's kind of paradoxical, again, within Frank's work here, and the examples that he's just given us. Drama's a questionable thing. He's been performing drama along with the Atreides right throughout this entire chapter. He's been performing a role. He's going about things a certain way, and it's to create a trap. It's to find out information. There's Shakespearean stuff within Frank Herbert a fair bit. If we know our Hamlet, the play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. I suppose that's reference to the play within the play of Hamlet called The Mousetrap. And it's a setup, isn't it? Really, it's to provoke and freak out Claudius, basically. The Mousetrap play mirrors very carefully what the death of Hamlet's father, if you like. But I think this is funny, and it's quite important. Let's just run through it again. Dramatically? Me? This kind of thing. Drama is a question. This is Stilgar's thoughts here. Drama was a questionable thing. Imported entertainers of dubious loyalty and more dubious virtue were dramatic. Enemies of the Empire employed drama in their attempts to sway the fickle populace. Korba had slipped away from Fremen virtues to employ drama for the Quizerati, and he'd die for that. But he doesn't see himself as being like this, which I think is kind of funny. And his response here is I love his response here. You're being perverse. Stilgar said, "Do you distrust me?" Maybe I should read that again, actually, because of what's said next. "You're being perverse," Stilgar said. "Do you distrust me?" The distress in his voice softened her expression, but not her tone. "You know I don't distrust you. I've always agreed with my brother that once matters were in Stilgar's hands, we could safely forget them. Then why do you say I've changed?" "You're preparing to disobey my brother," she said. "I can read it in you. I only hope it doesn't destroy you both." The first of the pleaders and supplicants were approaching now. She turned away before Stilgar could respond. His face, though, was filled with the things she'd sensed in her mother's letter, the replacement of morality and conscience with law. "You produce a deadly paradox." And again, that's the quote from Jessica's letter that begins the second part of it, actually. And I think the suggestion is that there's other bits of it missing from it, actually, that we don't get. "But you produce a deadly paradox," Jessica had written. "Government cannot be religious and self-assertive at the same time." It goes on a wee bit. I'm not sure if we've discussed the word paradox before. I think we've had a few comments. Some people talk about, I don't know too many of them actually, but koans, for example. Koans from the Chinese Kungan, literally public notice or public announcement, are based on anecdotes of Zen Chinese chant masters. Let's see. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, just go. So a koan, for example, is a story, dialogue, question, or statement from the Chinese Chan lore supplemented with commentaries that's used in Zen practice to provoke the great doubt and initial insight of Zen students. Prolonged koan study is intended to shatter small-minded pride of and identification with this initial insight, and spurs further development of insight and compassion and integration thereof in daily life and character. This is just from the Wikipedia stuff, but they're paradoxical generally, aren't they? Let me see. So I was just thinking about paradox, etc. Paradoxes are kind of interesting to the Greeks. And someone who's kind of well into that is, if anybody's not heard of this guy, I'll just copy this and paste it in for you. I always like the one that I love is talk about the Lai Po and Tu Fu. These guys, these Chinese warrior poets. One of my favorite kind of these kind of poems. I think I did one for kind of Xi. I must get them recorded at some point. But essentially, they kind of take the form of something like this. I went to the mountains to see the wise man the other day. He was not there. I learned many things. I love that. There's all sorts of variations of that kind of poem, but it's I think it's brilliant. My favorite paradox from Greek mythology is, oddly enough, I nearly called my dog Noodles this, but is Laelaps and the Chimisian vixen. And I suppose I better type that in actually as well. Laelaps, there we go. I hope I'm spelling Chimisian. I'll go with two S's. It's probably wrong. Vixen, Fox and the Hound, in a kind of funny way. In fact, let me just bring that up very quickly for you. I must get out Apollodorus on these animals. Laelaps is a genus of mites. Greek mythology is a dog. Now, here we go. Oh, there's a great picture. Laelaps detail from a painting of Procrus's death. Laelaps was a Greek mythological dog that never failed to catch what it was hunting. In one version of Laelaps' story, it was a gift from Zeus to Europa. The hound was passed down to King Minos, who gave it as a reward to the Athenian princess Procrus. In another version of her story, she received the animal as a gift from the goddess Artemis. Procrus's husband Cephalus decided to use the hound to hunt the Chumesian, sorry, that's probably a better pronunciation, the fox, a fox that could never be caught. This was a paradox: a dog that always caught its prey versus a fox that could never be caught. The chase went on until Zeus, perplexed by the contradictory fates, turned both animals to stone and cast them into the stars as the constellation Canis Major, the big dog Laelaps, and Canis Minor, the Chumesian fox, the little dog. So there you go. The story, I think the story is quite a fun one actually, but generally Zeus does this because of the animals make a right. I think it's Boeotia that they're in, and I think that the dog chasing the fox, basically the two animals wrecked the heck out of the country, basically. But that's my personal favorite one. There's also Zeno's paradoxes there I've mentioned as well. This is Zeno of Alia. Let's just see what it says about him quickly. Paradoxes are a series of philosophical arguments presented by the ancient Greek philosopher Zeno of Alia. His dates are 490 to 430 BC, primarily known through the works of Plato, Aristotle, and later commentators like Simplicius of Cilicia. Zeno devised these paradoxes to support his teacher Parmenides' philosophy of monism, which posits that despite our sensory experiences, reality is singular and unchanging. The paradoxes famously challenge the notions of plurality, the existence of many things, motion, space, and time, by suggesting that they lead to logical contradictions. There we go. Let's see. It says, of these, only a few are definitively known today, including the renowned Achilles paradox, which illustrates the problematic concept of infinite divisibility in space and time. In this paradox, Zeno argues that a swift runner like Achilles cannot overtake a slower moving tortoise with a head start because the distance between them can be infinitely subdivided, implying Achilles would require an infinite number of steps to catch the tortoise. Yeah, there's all sorts. There's a little bit of blurb there about him. I think you can pick up a copy of a book with them all out. Yeah, it's just three of the strongest and most famous of his paradoxes: that of the Achilles and the tortoise, the dichotomy argument, and that of an arrow in flight. And you'll find stuff there. Have a wee look at that on Wikipedia if you're interested. But paradox is a Greek word. Para meaning, in this sense, distinct from, separate from, and doxa is an opinion. So it comes from the proper word would be paradoxon, and it's a contrary opinion in that sense. But paradox as well, I think they're great fun. They're very interesting. And yeah, if we're real careful looking at this chapter, there's lots of words to do. Drama, the situation, the whole thing is very, I think, modeled on a Greek drama. And as I said, I think of the Naibs as a chorus. And there's little aspects, little things in this, I suppose. And we also have that little Oedipal thing with Alia, just thinking about how her father was because of her shared memories with her mother Jessica, that she views Paul sometimes as her son, and that her father Leto was her lover. And that can, I suppose, also we think about vision and things that they can see and they can't see, this kind of thing. Alia's been a little bit blind to some things here, though she's got a full set of eyes. And I think what we are witnessing within this chapter, if we're careful about it and have a wee look, I've made wee comments here. Has Alia forgotten her role here? This kind of thing. There's little things about her that her mind seems to be going a little bit, being preoccupied. And I think there's a suggestion of the coming out, I think, basically. Whenever we get to Children of Dune, I suppose, minor spoiler alert, if you like, Alia's problem is that she is an abomination, if you want to use the Bene Gesserit term. Ghost, this is the bit here within the book. I think I should probably highlight this in a different color. Ghost shadows cavorted in her mind, people of possibility. And this is actually at the bit. It's actually at the section where she's having this kind of this Oedipal complex. Sorry, not Oedipal complex. The Oedipus myth overlay and kind of being inverted upon her. It's Alia thinking of her mother, afflicted Alia with the usual inward burning. And it's a usual inward burning. The spice change that had mixed the psyches of mother and daughter forced her at times to think of Paul as son to whom she had given birth. The capsule complex of oneness could present her own father as a lover. That must be pretty hard to take, to be honest with you, for her. But the usual, that these kind of things, and that's immediately followed by ghost shadows cavorted in her mind, people of possibility. And I've kind of wanted, I think this is the multitude starting to come to the fore, if you like. And ultimately, this is what, this is where, I suppose, like later on, Leader II will choose one personality to help control the multitude. This is going to happen with Ali and Children of Dune. And that personality will be the Baron. It should be nice to see him back. You know? And of course, yeah, a deadly paradox. Paradox is right throughout this chapter. There's all sorts in this. It's a really good chapter. It's been quite long. Goodness gracious, it's 1:30. We've been at it for 4.5 hours. Imagine if anybody's still. But I think it's a brilliant chapter. I think I think there's real care in this chapter. My one thing that just really got on my nerves is the word plane instead of planet, but it's clearly a misprint in all of these editions. You know, it makes me think actually whenever you go to different websites and stuff. Let's just have a wee quick look out of curiosity. There's the Dune wiki. What is it going to say? Let's see. It's recorder, I think. It's yeah, as much as that. It says in June 2, the sequel of Devastators were inspired by the book Stoke, where first appeared to June Messiah. Nothing there. Oh, let's see. No, that's just some random stuff there. No, I'm not really seeing that. But it's yeah, these little misprints are in that case that's a letter missing, I think. They really can change the meaning of something quite badly, can't they? To something that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm glad we figured that out. So thank you very much for that, Cynthia. I like that, by the way, jihad rays. But maybe it's a bit like Franco. There's was it how you pronounce? I've always called her Hawaii, but it's Hui Nori. And maybe it's just that he found something quite, J Ray. It's he seems to do little things like that for fun, But there we go, folks. Goodness gracious, it's Saturday the 4th of May. I'm shattered. So thank you very much all for joining me. We're into the final hurrah, if you like, of Dune Messiah. That took a bit of effort to get through. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 pages. That's good. I think that's the biggest chapter to hit at the end of the book. Certainly one of the bigger chapters in the book. 11. How much work have I had? 8. Are they all going to be nice and short? Possibly. Chapter 23 is looking a decent size. Nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 page. Not bad. Goodness gracious. And then the last one's 8 pages. So when they're about sort of 10, 12, 8, 10, between sort of 8 and 15 pages, that's not too bad. But whenever they start to hit around 20 or more, or no, actually, it's not true. When they hit about 15 or more, it's a fair bit of work for me. But fortunately, we've got two kind of some normal size chapters ahead. The chapter 23 is going to be the big one, and then the final chapter is quite short with a 1-page epilogue. So we've got 20, 21, 22, and 23. 4 to go. We're getting there. So I'm quite pleased about. And I just thought, that was a really, really good chapter. There's all sorts to get teeth into. It took me 2 full days of work on that. We've got all sorts of notes in there. God knows how much I've written there. But law, paradox, religious government, fear of Paul, both by the populace and those around him, and the separation of Alia, and from Alia, and if we remember just the epigraph at the very beginning, he has gone from Alia, is what it says, the womb of heaven, gone from her. So as we move down Dune Messiah, we see, the Janus aspect, if you like, of Alia and Paul being very much on the same page, and they're kind of wondering about between themselves. Is her prescience exactly the same as mine? This kind of thing. And as we've gone down to this point, and this is almost like a new Paul, isn't it? He's a new blind Paul Atreides. There seems to be some sort of separation from Alia, and as much as there's new changes for Paul, something has happened to Alia as well. And again, we're sort of suggesting she's about 16. The idea is that she's on the cusp of womanhood, if you want to put it that way. That she's going through a change, and something's happening to her here. But being the sort of only real proper abomination, if we want to call it that, within the book, the suggestion that the multitude is starting to take over. We'll find out more and more about abomination as we move on. The thing that the Bene Gesserit fear, and ultimately Alia, the real tragedy of Alia, if we look at Jessica, is that Alia is in Jessica's womb up to a point. Jessica could have delayed taking the water of life, if you like, because of this reason, that she was pregnant, and it would certainly seem to be that it would have been a reason that the Fremen would probably have accepted, but she doesn't. She takes the water of life deliberately, knowing that she's pregnant with Alia. It's a choice. Again, the choices of Jessica, if you like, are kind of in many ways what this book, what the Dune series is all about. To have a epoch-changing, how does she put it? Bear with me a second, just to wrap up. There's Jessica's letter here. I suppose it's interesting. Paul talking about laws, Jessica talking about laws. And we see that you have no doubt my son is an epochal figure of history. Surely so is her daughter. But is it? I don't know. It raises lots of questions about Jessica, doesn't it? I suppose that the deliberate choice to have Paul as a male child is one thing. Alia is the female child that she should have had, and then she's exposed to the water of life in the womb. This is ultimately what's going to cause the downfall of her own child. And I said, in relation to the Oedipus myth, we have Paul blind, and we have ultimately Alia will commit suicide. Not Jessica. But the sense that essentially she slept with her father and her brother as her son. It was an interesting little inversion of it there. But there we go. I felt quite bad for Stilgar. I think the last little bit. And I also thought that he doesn't really doesn't realize that he's been involved in drama in the same way he's looking at how others use it and thinking it as a questionable thing. But this is exactly what they've been doing. This whole chapter has been Atreides theatre, and it's had a purpose to get information, and it's also a display for the Naibs to keep them politically on side, But there we go. I am pooped. There's Carlos saying, "Take it easy." Well, listen, thank you very much, by the way, everybody, for joining me tonight. And some of them comments have been grand. Really quite interesting stuff, And if Dawn's out there, I would stop having fear as the mind killer, Dawn. I would stop worrying about what god awfulness that Danny Villeneuve is going to do to Dune Messiah. Who's ultimately will get if it comes, it comes, and we'll get a look at it and we'll go, oh god, But there we go. There's Cynthia saying, thanks, Doug. Thank you very much, Cynthia, as always. And I wish I had your copy of the book. I'm starting to just get scoured with these misprints. But that was a bad one, But excellent. I'm so happy it's a planet. It's a hell of a difference to have two settings on a bomb. If you like, one is blow up an entire planet, and the other one's make people blind. And is there no in between? But goodness gracious. Anyway, folks, I've got a couple of doggies here that are looking for my attention as well. So I will say thank you very much, as always, for joining me. Take it easy wherever you're at. Look after yourselves. Be safe in this crazy, crazy world. And always remember, no matter where you go, there you are, that kind of thing, But I will say goodnight. Thanks a lot. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see you on time on Thursday and for our next chapter of Dune. Messiah. I gotta keep forgetting to add the word Messiah in there. But it was a lot of hard work actually to get through that chapter, but I really enjoyed it. It's left me with quite a sore hand doing all this writing and having I've got to sort my pen out. My good old trusty faithful ink pen where the ink must flow, as they say. But it's I don't know what's quite happened to it today. But there we go, folks. I'll say goodnight. I'm always being a bit long-winded around this stage, so all the very best. Thank you very much, as always. Take care, and we'll see you real soon. Good night, folks. Bye-bye.